to get serious. Probably actually start streaming as well. Yeah. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I am my own background music. Turn on the actual music now. Of course, the stream ready music. Let's see. Play this through my headphones, not through my speakers, even though these are completely separate things. Oh baby, we in there. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. I'm here. Let's get started. Let's get started. Let's open up Godot 4. Oh boy. Oh, it's actually also changed my scene. So we are... Oh, wait, hold on. Let me make sure I don't have anything incriminating on my desktop. I think we're good. Hello. We're back. Back to the world of the living. All right, let's get rid of this. This is just an entirely different, entirely separate Godot screen. Doesn't receive any inputs whatsoever. Seems it's probably a bit inefficient. One was to just use it as a kind of an interlude screen, but no sane person would actually do that, right? Yeah, probably not. You'd have to be some sort of idiot to want to use Godot for that. Anyways, let's see how this goes. So, I was actually kind of working on this just during the day. You know, remember to like and subscribe. Oh no. So that's actually still broken. There's a lot of things that are still broken. This is based off of my GD Lisp project, which you can find here under the name GD Lisp. Phenomenal. I am aware though that there is another project just called GD Lisp that, for whatever reason, did come out before mine, but its SEO is so bad I didn't see it. So I chose this name. It's unfortunate. Oh, let's see. What was the error? There's no such thing as OS clipboard anymore. What is it called? Or is it just not enabled? Clipboard, clipboard. Clipboard. I mean, there is the one match. I don't know why I'm saying there's no matches. Clipboard, clipboard. Hello? Clipboard. Eh? Clipboard. 0 matches. Sick, dude. Let me see. I wonder if this is one of the things that's just not implemented yet in Godot. Hold on. So we go into Godot engine, Godot. Let me pull this onto the main screen so that the whole class can see. So this is the master branch. I have to assume that's probably in core. Yeah, there's OS. OS header file. This is probably where I would put it. I don't know. Clipboard, clipboard, local clipboard. I mean, it's there. Is it actually implemented though in OS C++? So we go into clipboard. No. Okay. How about in 3x? I'm assuming that this is probably here in 3x. Clipboard. Yeah. Local clipboard. So this just is not implemented yet, which is really cool. I wonder how hard it would be to actually implement that myself. Because I kind of want that. It's kind of one of the things that makes this really, or it's one of the things that makes this a lot nicer to use. So when you run the program, I suppose you could just control up to go to your previous stuff, right? But you can see any of these items in the interactive REPL, which is the read, evaluate, print loop, which is, you know, I think it's fair to call this a REPL since it does store its own state, which is kind of nice. But this is not yet implemented. So actually, let's just do pass, and let's hit it with a to do not yet implemented in Godot 4. How nice. So what I need to figure out now, so this is actually as far as I got during the day. So now we have no more crashes when we click on stuff, but also no longer able to you know, copy stuff. Now we have to do super up and down, and then you can see here that it brings us into the previous whatevers, which is, yeah, I'll call it good enough. Call that a win. And then we can send it again, and then it doesn't do anything, but because I think what's happening is, what I think is happening is inside of this just mega file, right? One of these is returning an error. If I remember correctly, I had to fix an error. It was like is error, or no, is okay, was false for one of these results, and it was giving me a bunch of errors. So generally you can just do not G1 and then you don't have to worry about it, but you know. Let's see. There's still a lot of oddities with GDScript 2.0, but I think the hardest part of porting anything to Godot 4 is that the debugger doesn't really work. So we're back to beginner Python hours, where we just have to print out everything and see where we're at. So I don't know. Let's hit it with a print debug. I'm not sure where it starts to error out. It's possible it's here. So let's actually. What do I get here? Parse tokens. Hello? You're not gonna give me code completion, huh? I mean, it is like a fairly complicated file, so I understand your hesitancy, Godot. Like, look at this. Just line after line of just inner class. It's very scary. Oh, this I know this does work. I know this does work, more or less. Although it has also been a very long while since I've tried to work on this code. I think the last time I worked on this, I was trying to refactor the entire thing to make it, I guess, more optimized. More optimized for something. I was trying to change how the parser worked. So instead of using recursion in order to parse out each kind of expression, so you can kind of see here that these are expressions, these are inner S expressions. Hello, Gyozen. How are you? I'm working in Godot 4 today. It's very, very exciting. Way less crashes than the last time I worked with this. Way less crashes. And then I can also prove that I worked with this before. This is not it. This is the Godot source code. This is the last time I worked with Godot 4, which is on June 8th. Yeah. And I think that time I was like above 20 crashes when I was trying to port this piece of software here. We go to dashboard. GD Lisp REPL. So this is in Godot 3. I ported it once to Godot 4, and now I'm trying to port it again to Godot 4. So let's see. There's been a lot of changes. So for one thing, Godot no longer freaks out if you have many inner classes or subclasses inside of the same file. So you can see that this file makes really heavy use of subclasses. So we have a result, we have an error class, and they all kind of extend other classes inside of it. So it runs, technically. It just doesn't give me like a real answer. So what it should be doing in this instance is printing out the expected value for this would be 3. So this is, I think this is standard Polish notation, or is this reverse Polish notation? It's one of the Polish notations. I forget if it's reverse or just regular. But I guess unlike a lot of languages, or I guess unlike a lot of just standard mathematics, where you have, you know, your number, then your operator, then your next number. Polish notation, you have your operator first, and then you can just assume all of the other numbers after that will follow. Will just use that operator. So that's how Lisps tend to work. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out where it throws an error. So one of these is throwing an error, but I don't know which one. So let's see. This is, it's one of these. I think it's actually hitting an error here. So we do print debug. I don't know. Do you think we'll be able to actually unwrap this or just print out the object here? I kind of doubt it. But that would be pretty sick if it was able to. Nope. Oh, is it throwing an error here? What? So print a debug. This is tokenize result. Trying to figure out where exactly it's going. Yeah, there we go. So at 8:11 here, tokenize result is error. And then it doesn't actually give me an error. Interesting. So if it is an error, unwrap error. I'm trying to remember, what does unwrap error give me? Unwrap error. Oh, that's painful. So if it is error, I think there's a logical inconsistency somewhere here. Because you should not ever have an error that does... Your error should always have a message. So I think... G1... What is G1 in my tuple? Tuple. What is my tuple? My tuple 2. So you have a tuple 2 with a V0 and V1. What is a tuple 2? Tuple 2, tuple 2. Oh. Oh, it should be this one. That's why it's throwing an error. Yeah. So what I had originally was not tuple G1 like that, but that's actually not correct. It should be just tuple G1 is equal to null. For some reason, I'm actually not sure why. I guess you can't just do like a not string for some reason. Or I wonder if I explicitly just make these nulls. I remember seeing this before. So sometimes you would expect that when you redeclare a variable, it creates a new instance of the variable, but sometimes, especially in Godot 4 where there's still a lot of bugs, Godot might just reuse the variable from the last instance, which is very, very wrong. So you have to be very specific. Anyways, I think that's fine. Oh, we're close. We're close. We're close. 828 here. So that is correct? Maybe? Undefined symbol 3 times. Okay, so this is fine. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. So we printed out 3 things. I don't think we needed to print out 3 things. Hello, Vangather. How are you doing today? I'm working in Godot 4. This is not quite the bleeding edge, but I did compile this version of Godot 4 today. And, you know, I don't really do too much graphical stuff. So I am testing out GD Script 2.0 though. This is the ultimate stress test since it is just my own programming language written inside a GD script. It works in Godot 3. It doesn't quite work in Godot 4, as you can probably tell. So if I do, this is very Lisp style. It is exactly Lisp syntax. So what this should give you is, if it should print out 2, it should not be printing out undefined symbol. We have 25 errors though, so that's cool. Oh, and these are wrong as well. You can't do these anymore. No more doc strings apparently in Godot. I don't know why. It's a little painful though. I like having doc strings. I saw your Reddit post the other day and recognized your little ducky. Oh baby, my Reddit post. I need to figure out a better way to do Reddit posts. It's weird. I don't really understand the best time to post. Like, I know 100% you don't want to post late at night, especially if you're, you know, I guess if you're I live in East Coast, US East Coast time, so you don't want to post late at night there because then you're just kind of posting for Asia. And then by the time, you know, Europeans start waking up and the rest of the US starts waking up, your post is already a little too old, right? But I'm trying to increase the SEO of the project, you know, because the kind of the entire thing about most of these projects is that I want GitHub stars. Give me the stars. I desire stars. Mostly for my, you know, just kind of job search. Mostly just lurk on Reddit, very rarely comment, never post. Yeah, I was kind of the same way, but then I was like, I need to advertise somehow. So I don't really comment on other people's posts. I mostly just post my own project and then leave. Barges into the room, mentions their project, refuses to elaborate further, leaves. Actually, that's not true. I probably elaborate a bit too much whenever I post something, which might like freak people out. You know, you gotta be that cool guy. You know, I'm aloof. I don't really feel the need to explain myself, but if you want me to. Okay, let's start this again. All right, we have less errors. That's nice. Unreachable code. That's not true. That might be true. Unreachable code. That's not true. All right, so this is incorrect. This is definitely reachable. It's just that there's a lot of jumping off points. So the reason why this is actually reachable, even though Godot is saying it's unreachable, right, is that whenever the parser, so this is the parser function, I can tell because the function says parse, so the parser parses, who would have guessed? And then it recursively calls itself, right? So when it calls itself, it needs to return so that we can exit from the recursion. So we, it calls itself, we go one layer deep. And then when we go one layer deep, I also need to keep track of the depth, and the depth is stored on the class itself. Yeah, so I think this is a parser bug, like a GDScript 2.0 parser bug. Let's see, let's add it to do. Godot 4 says this is unreachable. I don't even use Reddit. I highly recommend Reddit, although it is very English focused, but I think your English is pretty good, Gozen. I think you might get a kick out of it. Yeah, I actually only recently found out that there is a Godot Discord. I thought there was just the Rocket Chat, but turns out the Godot Discord is kind of popping. Kind of popping off. Well, that's neither here nor there. All right, so I am actually taking notes. So I might drop these in, or I might whatchamacallit, file a bug reports. So ultra recursive functions don't parse correctly. Yeah, no, don't save that though. So this is fine. I don't really care about save data util, but we can, I suppose we can change the name. Is it, wait, hold on. 113? Oh, what? 113. Oh. Okay, so this is another thing about the new Godot stuff, GDScript 2.0, is that you can just access functions without calling them. So doing something like this, save data, and then I have a function called save data, that's actually shadowing a variable. Yeah, so shadowing means that you're redefining the same variable twice. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's actually, I don't know, I actually don't really like that change, but I think people seem to like it, so it's fine. I can change however I name stuff. I suppose it is kind of bad practice for me to name my variables the same thing as a function. I don't know, I just like to do that though. The benefit to being able to refer to a function without actually calling the function, the benefit to that means that you can pass around functions as parameters into other functions, right? So functions are now basically just variables in GDScript 2.0, aka Godot 4. So I think this takes care of this. Assignments. Find does not return void. It's duck typed. It's duck typed. It's duck typed. That's not true. Can I do like it returns a variance? Is this okay? Like it actually does not return a variance. This is also incorrect. Like, so the problem with this is that it could return a variance. So a variance is pretty much any Godot class, but not a Godot primitive. So a primitive is something like a string, a float. I believe vector 2s are primitives. Arrays, I'm pretty sure are primitives. I think there's a lot of things. Oh, okay. So it still doesn't really help me, but we do have a few other things. This is fine. I don't care about narrowing conversion. I think. Wait, what is scroll vertical? So this is scroll container. So look at this. Another cool part about Godot 4. This is now just a whole different window. And now I've also used Windows Power Toys to accidentally resize the entire thing, which is kind of cool. So this is scroll container. Scroll, there's a few things here. So in this is scroll container, scroll vertical. So what is scroll vertical? Scroll vertical is an integer. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. Float converted to int and loses precision. Yeah, I mean, that's the point. Will it give me this error afterwards? Yeah, probably. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We can keep this there. Whoop. Okay. So now I need to figure out why this happens. So this is really easy. You just do ++1, undefined symbol, and it gives me undefined symbol 3 times. So I need to figure that out. Oh, you know what? There was something up here that I remember seeing that seemed very strange. So it's in the tokenize function. Is it this part here? So when you are parsing a language, there's, I guess, 3 general steps that you need to take. At least if you're a beginner like me. I think if you're a bit smarter, there's a few optimizations you can do in order to, you know, make your language a lot faster. But as a beginner, there's 3 big steps you need to do. One is tokenize. So when we're doing something like parsing this stuff, right? So you need to parse this expression. So this is open parenthesis plus space 1 space 1 close parenthesis. And so tokenizing, what that does is it separates all of these out into their own, I guess, characters, right? So for example, this is pretty easy, but you know, clearly everything is its own character. But if you have something like 11 plus 1, now that's a bit more difficult, right? Or what if you have something like this? So it's a nested addition expression. Oh, hello, Ankit. Oh, thank you very much for the follow as well. Nice duck. Send duck pics. Yeah. So tokenizing, it's not the hardest thing in the world. It can get kind of complicated though. And then after that, after you tokenize, so you separate out every single character into its own standalone character, then you need to parse it. So parsing, you know, we need to find, you know, the nested expressions. So in this expression, plus 11 plus 1, 10. The order of operations is we do this inner expression first, so we need to parse that as its own sub-expression, and then, you know, then actually get the results of this inner expression. What are you building, sir? Oh, I'm glad you asked. I'm building this. So I've already written this for Godot 3.3. So this is just that's a Lisp. So a Lisp is a programming language. This follows Clojure, which is a Java Lisp, if somewhat follows that syntax. So this language is built entirely within Godot and GDScript, which is very strange because now we're 2 layers deep, because GDScript is already interpreted, and then my Lisp is interpreted by GDScript, so now it's run by 2 interpreters. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to port it to Godot 4, which is proving to be somewhat difficult since I cannot run a debugger. It's a little tough. It's a little tough. But, I mean, if you want to check it out for yourself, this version on itch.io is more or less working. The only parts that really don't work are macros. So if you have like a single layer macro, Duck is smart, just here to enjoy. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying me, Uwu. Yeah. So the Lisp is more or less complete. It's just if you have a macro that's, I guess, more than 1 layer deep, it starts to fall apart. But if you just want to do something pretty simple like an infix macro, so, you know, in Lisps, it looks like you write everything backwards. So an infix macro, I guess, rearranges things so it's more standard. Yeah, but you know, anonymous functions, well, I guess just regular functions totally work in that version. What I'm trying to do is figure out why this doesn't work. So this just gives me a bunch of undefined symbols. Seeing someone coding looks so fascinating. Yeah, well, as the secret is, I'm also fascinated by the fact that I wrote all this. Who wrote this? Like, I wrote this back in July, I think. And now I've come back to it and I'm just like, who wrote this, man? Like, this is just bizarre. Some of these design choices, you'd have to be some sort of idiot to make these. Oh, wait. So, yeah, comments, issues. Comments, issues? I'm not sure. There are a few issues, I guess, I've found in GDScript 2.0, so Godot 4 so far. I'm listed down, but I'm not. The last statement is a little confusing to me. I've tried to interpret it the best I can, though. Let's see. Did I take out that line, by the way? I was kind of just looking at it for a while, but I don't remember if I actually took it out. I did not take it out. Take this part out. At least you're making design choices just instead of just throwing code around like I do. Oh, baby. Well, that's the best part. You know, it's like monkeys with a typewriter. You know, throw enough of them around and oh, baby, it works. Look at that. You know, put enough monkeys in a room with a typewriter, and eventually they'll, you know, type out the screenplay to Hamlet, etc., etc. Look at this, it works. It was just this part. So this is actually a holdover from Godot 3. I don't remember why I did this. All I know is that it was available. Like, I mean, you didn't comment what you're doing in code, now you're now confused as to why you coded that part. Well, so the idea is that most of this is more or less self-explanatory. Also, check this out. Oh, it works. Also, check it out, I have a working history as well, so this should give me 4. Yeah, so we have working sub-expressions as well. Yeah, so most of these are self-explanatory for the most part. I mean, I do have to remember what an atom is and what an expression is. So I guess in programming language terms, an atom is just it's either a symbol, a number, or a string. It's hopefully self-documenting like that. So you just need to read the class and see what it contains, and after that you don't care. My first day on Twitch, gonna be any better? Oh, baby, welcome to Twitch. It's a lawless place, but I think if you are you picked a good place to start. Because I, for whatever reason, am able I at least endeavor to talk while I work and try to explain my thought process, because you know, I'm rubber ducking my coding process. Haha, get it? Because it's I'm a duck. Yeah, I think most people generally play games on Twitch though. Programming, not too common. Yeah, so this is our expression. Expressions are made up of many atoms, and so your expression could be a single atom, in which case it could be multiple types, or your expression could be a list. So you can have an expression of expressions, or you can just have a final expression. This part I actually want to refactor. It's either I need to get rid of atoms or I need to get rid of expressions, because it's a bit too nested, if that makes sense. I'm into software engineering university last year. Coding on Twitch is so cool. Well, why wait? You can start now. You know, I think being able to talk about what you're doing, and I guess also, well, talk about what you're doing and also just talk about random stuff at the same time as you're just coding other stuff, it's a learned skill. It's pretty difficult to do without just being like, I'm typing this word for word, I'm gonna say it out loud, you know? Hello, game dev unknown. Rare to see someone messing with Godot 4 too. Hello? Yeah. So I'm actually porting, so check this out. I wrote a Lisp in Godot 3. So we have something like, boom. I feel like I've done this like word for word before. But, so a Lisp, of course, uses reverse Polish notation, or is this just regular Polish notation? I still need an answer on that. So yeah, so this gives me 5, so of course this is just a bunch of plus statements, but we can do like a minus here. And that'll give me, is that correct? Yes, because this is 1, 2, 4, 1 minus 4 is -3. Yeah, so if you want to mess with this, this is available here. I'm just trying to port it. Really stress testing Godot with GDScript 2.0. Because I ported this once and it was pretty tough. I had to make a lot of changes to it, like split out every single class so it would compile. I'm into full stack web development. Ooh, so is it just like regular full stack, or are you like the new era of new stack or full stack, right? So there's like multiple types of full stack nowadays. So like if you're like early 2000s, late 2000s, or early 2010 full stack, oh yeah, you're MERN stack. Yeah, Mongo, Express, React, Node. Yeah, okay, so you're just you're not the ultra full stack. You're like the normal full stack. So if you want to be, so here's a little bit of industry knowledge. Is that full stack is slightly changing in my experience. So now when people are looking for full stack, they're actually looking for you to also do your own infrastructure as well. So like your own infrastructure automation. So just deploying onto bare metal machines won't cut it anymore. Now you need to containerize. We want to be able to scale out. So, you know, do you know any, do you know Chef? Do you know Puppet? Maybe a little bit of Ansible. Maybe, I guess Tecton. No, it's not Tecton. Tecton is like your DevOps tooling. Tecton is like Jenkins. Anyways, they're still here. Let's define x to be equal to 10. Undefined simple. What? So if I do this. Hold on. Okay, so now we have another bug. Also, 827. MVC architecture and system design, Docker and all. Alright. MVC model view controller, system design, Docker, and oh no, depends. It depends. That's just, and of course, don't let me get you down, right? Full stack is still very much in demand. You know, I think my greater point was that deploying onto bare metal systems. I suppose Dockerizing your project is step one to going into the ultra full stack, I guess. React.js is booming. It's booming. I've worked with React.js. It's all right. Well, out of the big mainstream frameworks, it's probably the best one. Angular kind of sucks. Vue is weird. Also, I need to put a This doesn't work, but that's fine. Let's actually comment this out just so I don't try to use it again. Lambda, no, it's definition. So you can see here I actually have some comments here. So for how these work. Cloud computing, yes, cloud computing. It's on the cloud, aka it's just on a server. So for loops, what? Wait, does for loops? Did I not implement for loops? You know what? I never implemented for loops because I had while loops, which were good enough. Yes, I do everything, I guess professionally, right? So current project is like a meta layer. It's 3 layers deep on infrastructure automation code, and it does like automated deployments out across like security bubbles. Since, you know, big organizations have everything is siloed, even though, you know, you kind of learn in university like, oh, we're trying to break down silos and more people have access to stuff, but that's not actually how it works. And if it is how it works where you're at, you should be very worried. Remote work? Yeah, I've been working remotely pretty much for 3 years now. So the entire pandemic thing, work from home, I was just like, I've already done that before. No, it's fairly easy to find remote work, especially if you're doing into programming. It's not the hardest thing to find because, you know, you don't need to go into the office, right? You don't even need to appear on video calls, right? So, like, I was actually interviewing for a new job somewhat recently. And it's pretty much only like the HR people, you know, the recruiters. You know, the final round was talking to some vice president, and so those people were the only ones that actually wanted me to. They were the only ones that wanted me to like have a webcam on. Irritating office politics are everywhere, right? Office politics will always be there, no matter what, right? So the reason why, actually, here's a kind of a personal story, is that the reason why I was looking for a new job is because I got office politics into, well, I'm not saying it was ageist, but what I am saying is that I was passed up for a promotion twice, so that the older people could get promoted to senior before me. Even though I have more accolades. Even though I, you know, I'm not saying it's ageist. What I am saying, it's BS. Alright, so it's something here. Undefined symbol D, and then it just kind of breaks, which is interesting. Yeah, office politics, you always had to know how to play it, you know. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one that I think a lot of people don't get, right? So like in university, you're encouraged, I guess, to work hard. You know, you want to be number one, you want to be in the top, you know, 10% of your class. But something that I had to learn for myself, right, is that when you're working, you don't actually want to be, you know, you don't want to be in the top 10%. What you want to be is you want to be in the top 50%, just below the top 10%. Otherwise, your coworkers will start to resent you. I remember that happened once. I had to have that explained to me. Yeah, we're hitting this part here. Shuba, shuba, shuba. Hello. Someone actually shuba'd me in the wild, so you know, I made a Reddit post about this face tracking program. Also, by the way, for all the new people here, I made this in Godot 3.4. So this is free and open source, available on GitHub down below. It's under the name OpenCFace GD. And yeah, also the stream avatars thing is also written in Godot, available under the name Friendly Potato Stream. It's not actually stream avatars. I wrote this myself, and it's hooked into channel points. Huzzah! So you can do something like this. Boing. It's a nice program. Oh, thank you. So are you. Thanks, you too. But yeah, no, it's... You need to be updated, but don't be the most updated. You don't want to be the best. Well, you want to be just good enough to get promoted. You want to be number 2 at work. You don't want to be number 1. Because everyone hates number 1. You know, you need to learn how to play your coworkers as well, since they also ask your coworkers during, you know, review time, like, oh, how is Tim doing? Is Tim doing all right? And I said, no, Tim is he's a suck up. I hate Tim. You know, oh, okay, well, you know, if Tim is number 1, then yeah, they're gonna hate you. But Tim is number 2. It's like, Tim's all right, yeah, but you know that other guy, not as bad as the other guys. Oh, okay, well. So I need some way to introspect on this env variable. So the idea here is that inside of in a programming language, you have an internal environment. I guess it would be better to call it like a scope. So it's like an inner scope and outer scope. Yes, you are absolutely correct about that. Yes, yes, yes. It's something that's not obvious, but I think you think about it, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. You need to play your coworkers as well as you. You know, it's all a game. I wish it wasn't, but I suppose I'm also not like I'm not strictly a programmer, so I'm living a lie. Find, add, remove, set existing value. I don't know. So since these are just inners, yeah, and since this is just the scope, so where was eval? Which eval was that? Was it this one? Yeah, so if we do env inner, so this should be a dictionary, and then we should be able to introspect onto whatever's inside of there. Although actually, I think I can just do this, right? So define x is equal to 0, undefined symbol. Oh baby, look at that. What is this? Oh, you know what? This is okay, so here's something interesting. So when I implemented this like kind of language inside of a language, in order to get these basic operations working, this is what I decided to do. So these are available globally. So these are globally scoped dictionary functions. So whenever like the program encounters like a plus, it'll look inside the environment. It'll eventually go to the outside environment. Although it is actually, you are technically able to do something like this. So we go into here, this GDList REPL. All right, so this is the Godot 3 version that 100% works, right? So you see that, oh, we have a plus sign. Of course, plus sign is plus. However, what you can do is you can overload the function. You can overload it. Let me see. How do you overload functions again? So define plus to be, how do I make plus minus? Is it just this? Is this gonna break? And then if I do plus 1, 1, this should give me 0. Huzzah! It works! Look at that. I wasn't sure if it was gonna work, but luckily I was smart enough to foresee this. So the only problem at this point is that it's no longer possible to, I guess, undo this. You have to restart the entire REPL, which is interesting. I guess, how do you do this? This is, oh, reset. Yeah, so if I do reset, creating a new GD-Lisp environment. So this restarts the entire thing. So this should give me 2 again. Look at that. But, so define, so def is how I define just a new anything. So this is a, let's see, update, no. Define a variable. So variables, everything in GD-Lisp is a variable, pretty much. I don't know if that's a good design choice, but I thought it was cool at the time. So functions are just variables. Variables are just variables. Even these operators are just variables. So, you know, we can do plus is actually equal to, can I do this? Does this work? This might not work. So if we do, this should return this should return true, I think. Oh yeah, look at that, it totally works. How does he do it? Okay, anyways. We can restart that. So that's the kind of reference implementation. I'm pretty sure this doesn't work here. So if we do define plus is equal to minus, yeah, we're still running into the undefined symbol D, which doesn't make any sense. So I think what's happening is that the tokenizer is not tokenizing properly, maybe. You know what, let's actually check. Let's actually check. So we go into evaluator. We don't need this. This isn't really helpful, this debug prints, although it is good to know. Also check it out. So this is another bug. So usually you should just be able to match on the enum, but for some reason you can't match here because it says that you must match on a constant value. But it's only at this part where you can't match on an enum. So instead of doing that, instead of actually figuring out why, I've instead just opted to set the enum to be equal to these specific variables, or to these specific numbers, 0, 1, 2, right? And so now, you can see here that symbol has now been changed to a 0, and now it works, kind of, somewhat. So let's see. We can stop this. What I need to do is go into parser. I think it's the problem is that the tokenizer is not tokenizing properly. So we can set something here. Parse tokens. We don't really need that. We don't need the parse tokens. We just need to print debug just the tokens, right? And then do def x is equal to 0, and then see what it gives me. All right, so yeah. So see here, this is the problem, is that it's, for whatever reason, has, yeah, it's split up the word def into individual characters, which is incorrect. That's not what you want to see. What you want to see is the word def is just its own token. So let's see, tokenizer. Yeah. You know, talking about school though, I've studied business actually. I wanted to go into statistics, but then found out a little, well, one, found out a little too late that I actually want to go into statistics. Tried to go into actuarial science, or basically become an actuary. But I'm not very good at like dealing with numbers. I'm better with dealing at equations, which is more programming, I guess. So pivoted last moment to doing like business computer science, which is like 3 programming classes. It's like just 2 Java classes plus a SQL class. And here I am. So if C is equal to, so this is how you parse strings, but that's not helpful here. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. So that's busted. Yes. Results append. Oh wait, hold on. Oh. It's this part here. You're around 25 years old, I guess. Oh, that's really close to my age. Yeah. Good job. Yes, I am. I actually. Yeah. I'm older than 25, younger than 30, I guess. I'm 20 from India. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well. You know, my first job, they were actually going to send me. So my first job, so it was for a consulting firm. So they were supposed to send me to Hyderabad for training. And then they're like, no, you're actually gonna go to, what's the other one? It's not Hyderabad. It's what is it? There's another one. It's not New Delhi. It's not Mumbai. It's not. It's one of them. Not Bangalore. No, Bangalore. It's not. A lot of my people I've worked with are from Pune, but I think it was Bangalore. Yeah. But then they had a budget cut, and then instead they just gave us like a really big laptop, and we're like, good luck. So it was actually somewhat disappointing. I've never been to India. I would like to go, but probably not now. that was a few years ago. Yeah. So the problem is this part here. So previously this just worked. However, there's a bug when you, I guess, append an array to an array. So what happens? So this is the original code. This was really nice. This is really concise. But what happens is that when you're working with numbers, it actually coerces the numbers into booleans if it's just a 0 or a 1. Where are you from, sir? We can play 20 questions if you want. So I think my accent is fairly obvious. Let's start with that though. Let's play 20 questions. Are you? I like 20 questions. It also gives you more time to keep typing. This is just the token. So this must be some sort of string, and we'll initialize it as an empty string. And then here we'll do result append token, and then this is the tough part because I don't know if this will always work. So token plus equals I should work. So now we're just doing a lot of string concatenation. So previously, the reason why we got this kind of weird split up word def is because I was just adding them one by one from the token builder. That's not how you should be doing it. What you should be doing, what I should have done is crush them all into one string. So token builder, if you can guess from the name, builds the token. So you know, so if your token is 1 character long, guess what? It's gonna be 1 character. If it's 3 characters long, like def, it should crush all those characters together into just one token. But yeah, just here to observe and chill. Coding and chilling with your girl on a Thursday night. Oh baby. Yeah, so I suppose obviously I'm not from Australia. Don't really have an Aussie accent. Definitely not a Kiwi. So I suppose that just leaves the UK. Good day, mate. No, wait, that's Australian. US, alright. That's pretty good. That's a very safe guess. It's also correct. You're now down to 18 questions. Alright, let's try this out. So let's hit it with a plus plus. This should still work too. How nice. Then we can do def x 0. Yes, yes, it works. He's fixed it. All right, so now you can see here that we've defined x to be 0, and then when we just put x in an expression by itself, it'll just give us back the value. It's October here already. What day is it? How many days are in September? Did you know that July and August both have 31 days? I'm gonna be honest, I only found that out like a week ago. I didn't realize. I didn't know. It's just something that's never occurred to me. I was like, oh wait, yeah. They both have 31 days, that's weird. Hacktoberfest is going to start very soon. I've never really participated in a Hacktoberfest. I already have my own personal projects, such as this one. Should I count on fists? You know what? I should probably do that, but instead I just have several months that I know the amount of days in. So I know January has 31. I know July has 31. I know December has 31. And then after that, I just kind of count. I know February does not have 31. February has 28, probably. Hello, Needle Mouse. How are you doing today? Hola, holla at your girl. Goes, but yeah, I know the fist method. I know how to fist it, if you know what I'm saying, but I choose not to. That's a bit too lewd for me. I'm sorry. I apologize. Anyways, let's see if we can redefine this. So here's what I'm trying to do. So you can see here that we would do just plus 1 1. We'll get 2, of course. That makes sense. And we do plus 1 1 or minus 1 1. This should give me 0? No, this should give me 1. Yeah. I'm planning to stream again next week. My school is letting us have a week off. Oh baby. You know, work doesn't let you get weeks off. Although I suppose I should say, my work I don't really I barely clock in any hours anymore. Because they just refuse to give me real work. I'm just gonna draw nothing big. That's, yeah. I'm stopping myself from making a for you joke. I wish I was good at drawing. I know like I know how I should try to practice drawing if I want to get good, but it's just like it feels like whenever I draw, it feels like I'm just wasting my time, but I know that's not true. But it's not as satisfying as programming for me. Whereas programming, you can do something really quick. Like you write one function, it's like, oh, it works. How cool. Whereas drawing, it's like, oh, I need to draw like this picture. Then I need to go back and redo it. Def, this, null, boom. So this should give me 0. Oh baby, we've done it. He's done it. Does this work? Nice. Have you ever been into confusion about whether to do data structure and algorithms and development? What do you mean? Whether to do, you're missing the or in that sentence. Because I don't have a mic, so can be hard, kind of hard to interact. I have chat though. Oh baby. Yeah. I think if you're drawing, I suppose it makes more sense, right? You don't really need to talk. Although, I guess if you're also programming, a lot of programming streams I've been to, they don't really talk all that much. You know, I think if Bangather is still in chat, he talks a decent amount. Pretty good amount. I like to think I talk a bit more, but might be a bit biased in my observation. As data structure algorithms are not used in development to that scale, still why companies asking an interview? Let's try it. Let's type a bit. Alright. Well, I think if you're talking about if I want to do data structures and algorithms, I'll have you know I've never had to do those. Well, algorithms, yes. I've had to do that a few times. My PC is still kind of whacked. So streaming programming would be kind of bad because I don't have any projects I'm working on. Well, that's the fun part about programming, is that you can start working on new projects whenever you want. But I understand. I understand it might be a bit tough to start doing new projects. Does this work, by the way? Oh, actually, I need to test this. There's like an entire test suite I need to test out. Yeah. Penish game. What is? Is that a bonk? Yeah. So, Ankit, I think when you're first starting out, you do need to know those kind of book stuff, right? So, because since I'm assuming that you're going to be fresh out of school, right? So, of course, they're going to ask you about things that you would presumably learn in school. Huzzah, it works. Okay, so printing works. Strings, I think, work. And I think if we do print, I think this. Oh, actually, this is going to break. This is going to break. Yeah. So I can't do hello world because it'll try to coerce it into an integer. It tried to coerce hello world into an integer. All right, so that's still broken. I had that working. I think I had that working before. Yeah, Penish game. I don't know what Penish game means. I'm sorry. Since in India, I was a competitive program to get into Fang. Yep, operating system SQL, computer networks, and architecture is cool. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've only been asked about. I guess I've only been asked a real algorithm question once, right? And it was pretty basic, and I had accidentally looked up the answer right before the interview when I was studying for it. That was for Facebook. Oh yeah, see this concatenation works. Okay, so I think I need to do a type of here whenever I do this, but otherwise, whenever I've been in programming interviews, and of course I have the advantage, right? I guess over at new grad. So new grads, you're more expected to know just random whatever. Whereas, you know, someone like I'm like, it's been, you know, however many years. I think it's been 5 or 6 years since I've been in school. You know, if you want a dictionary, I can point you towards a library. But if you want someone who can solve a problem, you've come to the right place. You know? You know what I need to do? So before in Godot 3, I could just do this, and I think GD script would just kind of figure out what the type is correctly. So I kind of just JavaScript it, which is kind of bad. I should probably make a note that I need to change that in the Godot 3 version as well. I'm interested in my engineering class soon. Some months we will be coding Python with Linux. Oh baby, you gotta love me some Linux. Yes. Bad with dynamic programming. Graph problems seem too difficult. I'm not really sure what a graph problem is. I don't know. I don't really do that kind of stuff. As mentioned before, I didn't study like computer science, so whenever I need to learn about like algorithms and stuff or whatever, like binary search, I just learn it right beforehand and then immediately forget it. Experience stuff I asked about system design related stuff. Yeah, it's like system design. I guess more like how would you structure something, or how would you select tools in order to solve a problem, right? So, for example, in a somewhat recent thing I was doing, it was so in a somewhat recent thing I was doing, it was you know, given a large data set, I'm bad in programming in general, but practice makes you probably regret your life decisions. It's true. It's true. No, it's Stockholm syndrome, right? So you do it enough, and then you'll trick yourself into liking it. That's how I see it. That's the majority of whatever I do. Type nil. Type nil. Okay. But yeah. So the problem was, like if you're given a large data set and you need to process this data set, how would you do it most efficiently? And you know, I think though with my experience, and I think a lot of things just come down to how you frame it, or how well you can explain your reasoning behind a problem, because in programming there usually aren't too many wrong answers as long as it gets the job done, right? But I think what they were looking for was like you stream the data, so like in Python you can use like a generator or whatever. So like when you're reading in like a gigabyte like CSV file, you don't overload your VM. But I think the approach that I went with was, you know, in-memory database, and just read everything in like that, and then after that, then you query the database for just like smaller rows. So instead of streaming it, I just chunked the data instead, or basically did the data in a batch job style. So it's not what they were looking for, but because I was able to explain the reasoning behind it, I think they still accepted it, right? Yeah, Stack Overflow is love. Yeah, I think companies that restrict your access to Stack Overflow don't understand how programming works. Although you shouldn't just copy things from Stack Overflow. I think I very, very rarely ever like copy things word for word from Stack Overflow. Type of what? How do you get the type of something in GDScript 2.0? Type. How do you get the type? Hold on, this is gonna throw an error. Type. Oh, you know, oh, this is actually somewhat cool. Look at this. Look at that. That's cool. You aren't a real programmer if you don't copy and paste from Stack Overflow? Oh, I guess I'm not a real programmer then. I don't know. I don't really believe in just copy and pasting from Stack Overflow. I think it's bad. It's a bad habit to do something like that. Right, I think it's good to look at code from Stack Overflow, but I think if you're just wholesale like copy and pasting something from it, you are in for a bad time, because then you don't know what the code is doing. So I'll look up the code, but then I'll pick it apart. I'll use bits and pieces of it, and as a complete last resort, sure, I'll copy and paste it, but that's never usually like super required. Right, it's usually pretty easy to see when someone has copy and pasted code as well, because they'll use like some like super garbage variable names, when usually they wouldn't. Okay, so I have to sleep. It's 5 a.m. here in India. Have a good sleep. Have a good rest, Ankit. Good luck with your studies. I wish you good luck. Hope you have I guess, wish you luck in the job search. The most important part. I think school is daunting, but once you start making money in a real job, it feels good. But check this out. This is actually pretty neat. I didn't realize that they had something like this. So they actually have my custom types registered into Godot. That's really cool. Got the job search. Oh, well, congratulations. Well. I wish you luck in, whatever. I don't know. I wish you luck in general. How about that? Look at this. This is cool, though. Look at that. So I have a GD Lisp collection wrapper. Oh, no, I hydrate. Thank you for redeeming my hydrate. Let's drink. Everyone, let's drink some water. 200 milliliters. We should probably drink more water overall. Ugh. Ugh. I tried breathing in. I tried breathing in for some reason. I was like, you know what? Let's take a breath right now while I'm drinking this water. And then I took a breath. I kind of spit up over myself. Despite being a functioning adult, I still don't really know how to drink water. It's been an issue. Planning to make some designs for t-shirts in the future, because with some good art I can make some good cash. Kaz. from New York, from New Jersey. Driving your car down to the supermarket. That's not a New Jersey accent. I'm sorry. That was probably offensive. That's cool though. Look at that. This is a really cool feature to have in Godot 4. I'm ready for this. Look at that. So auto-generated, like, built into the engine documentation for all your custom classes. Actually, this still does not help me though. I got distracted. How do I get the type of something? Track get type, no. We want type of, okay, so this is just global scope. Okay, so type nil. I think that's a good baseline to have. So the operation type nil, and then we want to match type of results. And so we have several options. Or actually, no. We don't need to do a type of here. We can just do type of results. Yeah. I think if you're looking to do commissions, needle mouse isn't the best way to do commissions. I don't know too much about art commissions, right? But I do see on Twitter, people are always like, gotta, you know, here's a commission, check it out, you know, or I'm open for commissions, etc. So you need to have like a Twitter presence. It feels like. That's I don't know. That's what it feels like, right? Because you can't. It's hard to make money just selling designs, because everyone will just steal your design. Thing is, I don't have a debit card. That's rough. I do know that as a minor, at least in the U.S., you do need to have a cosigner if you are not of legal age. So I mean, that's how it was with me as well. That's how it was for me as well. And that's also why I wasn't able to build any credit for like forever. So when I actually needed to get a credit card later in life, I had a really hard time doing it. And so my parents actually learned from that. So my little brother, they actually like let him like open up a banking account and all that good stuff. And so now he actually has built credit. So I think my little brother's credit score is actually higher than mine. Like I've made you know, I've had several big loans. I've never missed the credit card payments, but I think I still have like a low 700, which is very low for someone who's never missed a credit card payment and has a mortgage. It's tough, man. It's tough. It's a tough world. Yeah, same with me. Yeah, my mom didn't trust me. My dad didn't trust me with a debit card. And really, I just want to save for a good PC and MIDI instruments. Also, Toho Fumos. What's a Fumo? It's like a futa. Probably not. Ignore that last part. Type Ubul. Actually, if it's anything other than these things, I should not allow you to do that for now. Fumos are soft dolls. Is that like a body pillow? Yo, you know body pillows? Actually kind of dope. I'm not a weeb, I swear. Actually, I am a weeb, but I'm not a weirdo, I swear. Plushies, you know, I have a lot of Pokemon plushies. You know, didn't have them with me for a while when I went off to university, but how do you cast to ints, by the way? I think you can just do from ints from ints. Okay, so you can just do, oh, so if it's a string, that's tough. I think you can still do result is equal to result to int. Hold on. That's tough. Hello? Oh, I ain't that much of a degenerate. Was that some upset? Yeah. Gyozen, I know you're. Don't lie. I know what you search in the dead of the night. You're mostly in Japan, so you either get someone who owns some or a Japanese seller take long though. Yeah. Or you need to pay like the scalper's pricing. There are some services where they'll just buy it for you and then they'll, you know, sell it to you with a slight markup, the seller's fee. Yeah. I guess okay. I guess Fumos aren't figurines, right? Is that it? Also, I'm pretty sure these should all be casted to a string. Yes, these will all be strings. So actually, this is completely incorrect. We need to do this. So this is equal type nil, right? And then I need to do, because I can assume that this is a string, pretty much, I think. Probably. I'm actually not sure. No! Get out of here. String. I'm pretty sure I can just assume that these are all strings. Yeah. Oh, hold on. And I am using dynamic casting, so I need to... One, this needs to get out. Everything's expensive? Yeah, man. A Cerno Funo? $700? Are you sure you're not talking about like a figurine? Like I know like the figurines can get really expensive because, you know, those are like pretty quality, right? It's like lots of tiny details, etc. Oh, that doesn't work anymore. Result as string is valid. If it's a valid int. Yeah, okay, so this is where it's gonna get ugly. Ignore this. Everyone avert your eyes. Because I'm just gonna go through every single one of these. There's no way I can do a match on this. Is valid. Let's see. There's really only, yeah, there's really only these, so it doesn't matter. I could buy a huge Miku for that. Miku. That's a Hatsune Miku, right? It's a little soft fleshy. I don't know. Come back when you're trying to pander to me with some Pokemon plushies. You know, when I was helping my parents move out of their old house, I found out they were about to throw away like a lot of these old like Pokemon plushies that I had as a kid, and I was like, oh man, what are you doing? The nostalgia, you can't just get rid of these. That's crazy. So let's see. Results as string. So now I just have all those Pokemon plushies just sitting in a drawer. So who's the idiot now, I guess? Operation type is equal to type int. Yeah, okay, so this is what we're gonna do. So by default, all of these values will come as strings, and then I'll check to see if is it a valid integer, which is easier to check. Or I guess what defines an integer is slightly more limited. So an integer must be a whole number, whereas a float can have a decimal point. So that's why I do it in this order. The order matters in this case. To float, and then we'll also do operation type. So the idea here is that we'll get rid of this part. You can see here that we're doing for I in a.slice 1 to the end of the array. So when you're doing pretty much anything in, you know, GD Lisp, or just in any regular Lisp language, you can add a arbitrary long sequence of numbers, which is why I'm doing it like this, not just adding two numbers together. Mainly collect prize figures of Vocaloids. And anything besides a Miku is a godsend. I only know there's Miku, and that's it. I don't know too many of the Vocaloids. I know a lot of my friend group, in high school was into Vocaloids, and it's only kind of now that I realize, like, oh man, my friend group in high school was weird. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really into, you know, weeb stuff in high school. It was only after I got like a real job and I was like, man, I'm really bored. Let's just watch some anime. And I was like, wow, I'm missing out. But also, I'm glad I wasn't like a weeb in high school. You know, I delete. How do you delete something on Twitch? I don't really know how to do this. I know that like in like regular chat, there's a way for me to do like delete a link, but I don't really know how to delete it here. How do I delete this one specific message? You're lucky. You're a lucky needle mouse. I don't know how to use the mod tools. Also, be careful about posting links. I'm pretty lenient, but others may not be. F is equal to F as string to integer. Yeah. One of these, and then this one similarly is F as string. I believe this should just work with no crashes. First try. And then type string, of course, doesn't matter. So let's give it a try. So we should be able to do ++1. Cannot convert value to string. Where? Why? Hold on. I got into manga, figure collecting when I have a job. Yeah, it's easier to do the entire collecting thing when you have like a real job. I concur. You know, I guess it seems like Godot is doing some weird casting stuff. So the reason why I'm confused is that every single one of these characters should already be a string, but for some reason it's not. I don't really understand. So let's do this. This is kind of a hack, but can I send a giant Miku? I guess you can post one, sure, but I'm watching you. Just remember, I have your chat history. It's a page on eBay to the $700 Fumo. Something about Fumo just kind of it sounds a bit weird to me, but maybe that's just my dirty mind. Maybe I'm the weird one. Alright, so we'll do all of this stuff. And I think we should also, I think you can just string this as well. So we can just automatically string everything. Maybe that'll work. So we go into +1 1 2, phenomenal. Let's try it again just in case I'm crazy. +1 2. What if we do plus hello world? What does this give me? Oh baby, it works. He's done it. Now we just need to test out like defining functions and macros, and then we should be doing pretty well, I think. You know, I'm interested. Please don't be porn. If this is porn, you're gonna get a timeout. Also, you know what? The most recent batch one of Miami. Oh baby, another weeb in chat. You love to see it. Weebs rise up. Please don't be porn. Please don't be porn. Ooh, it's still up in the air as to whether or not this is porn. Okay. In some countries. Look at that. That's 92 centimeters by 102 centimeters. Nice. I got 102 centimeters for you right here. Ah! Anyways, let's see. Can I even read this? This is cuts. 音乐的音，米格的大女一gurumi. I don't know what that means. 日本語内 domestic 100 some sort of, is this bun? Something thing. No, hunting. I don't know. I'm probably reading this completely incorrectly. I can't read Japanese. What is this? God, see, something I don't understand about like people who like regularly read Chinese and Japanese. So how do you read all these characters? I'm like having to squint to even read it. 最大流 size no miku-san nobotte, no? I don't know. Mizu something san. Is it kaki? Is this kaki or is this kaki. I think this is kaki shita ru shi. Yeah, I'm reading this incorrectly again. Irasto or something. Don't know. Ni shimashita takai sa something. This is Duan. It looks like Duan. Nui Gurumi is plushie. Oh, interesting. Hatsume Miku giant plushie. I don't know. I'm just reading the characters I recognize in Chinese. I'm trying to learn, but it's tough, man. It's tough. Sugi soba sugi no sugu soba sugu is, I don't remember. Soba is side. Ni miku-san ga iru yo na I don't know. This is gan, and then this is I don't recognize this out of context. Ga. I don't recognize this out of context either. Mas. Nihongo ne wa Riven guo ne wa something. I don't know. Hey, that's cool. That was fun. Let's try this out again. I understand there are two readings of the kanji. The one where the kanji is separate, where kanji is next to each other, even though I can't read most of Japanese. Well, see, that's where you're wrong. Because there's more than two readings in a lot of circumstances. Which is, like, horrible, by the way. So there's the onyomi reading, which I forget which one that is. There's the Chinese reading and then there's the Japanese reading. So the Chinese reading generally only has one pronunciation, whereas the Japanese reading has more than one pronunciation, even though they're using super complicated characters, which is, you know, that's BS. There's two kinds of reading. Yeah, there's two kinds of readings, but the Japanese readings has more than one reading, which is horrible. Also, I don't want to type out this entire lambda thing again, so let's just copy my own lambda. Look at this. So I know this one works. Send it. Oh, okay. So inside of 620, I can't English, I am dummy. Onyomi is Chinese origin, kunyomi is ancient Japanese. Well, ancient Chinese and ancient Japanese, actually. Very pedantic. GD list, EXP. Oh, atoms don't have types anymore. So it's just this part. So let's get rid of this, restart. So what I'm trying to do is test out lambda expressions. So for example, this piece of code here, my head. There's also nanori, which is even the Japanese people don't know where this reading came from. Yeah. Japanese, I think it's a weird language. It's a weird language. I think it's interesting in that it's almost like programmatic in how it works. So like you can have modifiers on like, well, one, it has very explicit sentence, I guess, delimiters, right? So you have like the wa particle, which denotes the geez. So like wa pronoun denotes the topic, which isn't present in English, but it's an interesting idea. So English has an implicit topic particle. Cannot convert argument C from object to string name. Excuse me? Invalid type in function 2 via call in base. Ref counted procedure cannot. What? What? Eh? It's like Lego. Yeah. Hawa. Yeah. Wa. O is the subject. O is the object. Ga is the direct. Is the direct object. It's so, you know, if you're saying like, yeah, I don't know. I can't think of an example right now, but direct object, stretch subject. Yeah. So if you're saying like something wa, so yeah, are wa, I don't know, pan des. You would say that there is bread in general over there, but if you say are ga pan des, you would say that like that thing in specifically. That thing specifically over there is bread. So one is more specific. It's the way I understood it. The thing that really helped me. Oh, thank you, Gyozan, for the tier 1 subscription. Much appreciated. Appreciate it. Support is always appreciated, never required. You know, I do this as mostly just for fun. You know. Yeah, I'm going watashi ga iku. It was me who was going. Yeah. The way I understood wa versus ga in Japanese is it's very similar to how Spanish works actually, right? So if you say, yo, estoy feliz, you say like I am happy in this moment, but if you say, yo, soy feliz, that would be like I am like the embodiment of happiness, which is interesting. it's a yeah, I get what you're trying to say. You know, you are the most happy anyone could ever be, more or less. And so as far as I understand it, that kind of dichotomy also exists in Japanese. So you could deliberately exaggerate something in the same way as in Spanish. So like estoy and so is estar and er are working almost the same way as ha and ga in Japanese. Right? Yeah, something like that. Also, I need to figure out this, but this is, look at these object IDs though, because the debugger is doesn't work. For more or less, it doesn't work in Godot 4, so you just have these just absolutely wild, like this is a negative, I don't even know what number this is. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, I can't count numbers, 15, 18, 19, is that correct? See, this is why I couldn't go into like higher mathematics. Like the highest mathematics courses I completed in university were was it multivariable calculus, so that's Calc 3, and then I did, you know, math stats, which is you know, just intro to statistics without the fancy calculator, so you do everything by hand. Cool hearing you read the onyomi words in Japanese but with the Chinese tonality. Was it in Japanese? I was actually pronouncing the onyomi words in just Chinese. I only know the there's certain words that I only know in Chinese. There's certain words I only know in Japanese, and then there's certain words I only know the English definition of, but I don't know what they mean. I don't know how to say them out loud. How the words make no sense. They're supposed to be kunyomi. Yeah, I don't know. Like I think we go back to that, right? Like I recognize a lot of these characters. It's just that like in context, I have no idea what they mean. Yeah, let's. I can't read it, by the way. It's too small. So this is Shang Dian the Shang. This is sing. Is this sing, or is this speaking? This is 名字的名. This is Dao. I forget what Dao this is. This is 音乐的音 is a song. Miku. This is 超市 the 超, or is this 驴友 Onyomi ones are almost. I wish I could make any sense of tones. It's hard, man. It's hard. The way I've heard about tones is that you just need to think about, I guess, how you would add inflection in English. So there's certain words in English that you would add inflections to. So of course everyone knows the question inflection. So if I end all my words, all my sentences like this, you would be like, why are you talking? Why are you just asking constant questions? Why can't, if I say things like this? And then that's actually kind of how you would just do the rising tone in Mandarin. And then if you're saying like, if you're like, someone's explaining something to you and you're like, that's actually almost the third tone. So the falling rising tone. That would be kunyomi hatu is the thing. Ne is sound, hatsune miku. Yeah, because family names in Japanese generally just use the Chinese readings or something like that. I don't know. Procedure call. Something is wrong here. Cannot convert argument 2 from object to string name. Call. Where's my procedures? So this is procedure call. Oh, this needs to be call function. Call function. That's why it's not working. So these are arg values. These args. Yeah, I accidentally converted this manually. Anyways, double 2 should give me 4. Non-existent function in base callable. Why? Procedure isn't a callable. I'm dying. But yeah, I think talking about Japanese, I am trying to study for the, I guess like the N4 or possibly N3 exam. I think in Chinese I can probably pass the HSK 3. I could possibly pass HSK 3. I know like a lot of random just words. And then I don't know, like when I was in university, I did like hang out with a bunch of foreign students because I did go to college in a southern school. And so I have been kicked out of a few bars in my time. So you learn to band together over the combined racism. It was a fun time though. You know, I don't, you know, I'm not salty over it, I guess. It starts. Oh, hajime. Start? Isn't it? Isn't that character that's pronounced Dao in Chinese, isn't it? Mandarin Chinese. Translate Google. Give me this one. Dao. No, that's Chu. Oh, it's Chu Xue. No, I was reading the right radical only. God, reading Chinese characters is so hard. Oh my god, my eyes. So this is Chu, and I was recognizing it from elementary school. Or how do you say elementary school? Isn't it Chu? Chu Xue? Xue? No. That's not it. How do you say hello from elementary school? I forget. Anyways, the first radical on the right is Dao, which is knife. And then I don't know what the left one is. Anyways. My dictionary is saying the onyomi is Shou Chu. False. Well, you know, the onyomi reading is always going to be the ancient Chinese, so it's never really going to make sense. I do know that Bing, if you use Bing Translate, it can translate it into ancient Chinese, which is hilarious. But ancient Chinese is also nearly impossible for most people to, even like modern Chinese, to even translate, right? Because was it ancient Chinese has like 9 or 10 tones, something like that? Which is which is dumb. Although I shouldn't say that because Cantonese has, is it 8 tones? Like Mandarin has 4 plus 1. Cantonese has something. Balls? Yes. Is that that's a Sugma, right? What is the type of procedure here? So procedure is not a callable. Although it says non-existent function call function in base callable. Now if we do eval, so this is recursive. And then, so a lot of this stuff here inside of this programming language is done recursively, which I don't like because you can run out of processing room. WWDC say that kanji is more traditional than Cantonese, but more simplified than Mandarin. What? That doesn't... Huh? I think Japanese is closer to ancient Chinese than Cantonese is, but Cantonese is also pretty close. Cantonese, although Cantonese uses modern script more or less, traditional Chinese. So if you are in southern China, you would use traditional script, especially in Hong Kong. And, you know, pretty much anywhere else besides, you know, CCP China. Spoken Cantonese is closer to traditional Chinese or ancient Chinese than Japanese is. Japanese uses ancient Chinese characters though, which is very strange. But sometimes they don't, which is also very strange. It's just a huge messed up thing. My parents speak Cantonese, by the way. How is Godot 4 treating you? Check this out. So right now, I'm trying to implement functions once again, but check this out. So it's a Lisp, so you can do 1 plus 1. Oh, now we're broken again. Why? Why is it broken? So 1 plus 1, right? And we can do multiple, so this will give you 3. And then we can do, of course, nested. So this will just give me 1. You can do print hello world. So string concatenation also works. Surprisingly enough, parsing strings are very difficult. And so you can see here, it prints here, down below into the console, because print does not return anything. Look at that. And so what I'm trying to figure out now is how to do or re-implement functions. So you can kind of see here, I've already have functions implemented in this Godot 3 version of the project. So I wrote this entire thing in GDScript, by the way, BumD. Is more traditional than simplified Chinese, but more simplified than traditional Chinese. The scripts, I don't know about the sounds. Japanese is nothing like Chinese. Onyomi is somewhat close sometimes. Sometimes it's not. I think onyomi readings in Japanese are actually closer to ancient Chinese than any modern Chinese dialects, but I think I'm gonna need someone who's actually studied ancient Chinese to weigh in on that. Yeah, that's more correct. Yeah, it's more traditional than simplified, but more simplified than traditional. I don't know about that. She doesn't know any Chinese. She just told us a great story about visiting China where she just walked around with a notebook and wrote kanji at people to communicate. Yeah, you could definitely do that. Right, it's the same way that like a lot of Chinese, especially if you come from like Taiwan or Hong Kong or Malaysia or whatever, it's easier for them to go visit Japan because, you know, they just write traditional. And so you can kind of just figure out the context from the kanji, which is nice. It is nice how everyone just uses Chinese. Which is also why I started learning Japanese, is because, you know, I was learning how to write and also speak at a level higher than like a first grader. And then, you know, was watching an anime, was like, wow, that looks a lot like a hospital. And I was like, oh wait, that's just you know, byoin in Japanese is just traditional characters for inyue. Wait, no, that's not inyue. It's iyuan. Yeah, iyuan. Iyuan. Something like that. I have a very American accent when I my Chinese is a very American accent. Alright, so but this needs to be procedure call. This is tough, right? So the problem that I'm running into here is when I go do this. Right, so we do this. Somewhat correct, and then when we call double 2, this should output 4, but it's not, because it says invalid type and function. The second type, wait, I have no idea what it's even printing here. And I'm not sure if I can even check where we are at. Like I know which value we're on. I'm not sure what the procedure is. So this is the procedure class. So the procedure is basically a function. The guidelines for how many school hours you need for various JLPT certifications is like 1.5 or 1/3 if you're a native speaker of another Asian ideographic language. I thought for JPLT you can just take whichever one you want, right? Like it doesn't really matter. You don't need to go to school. It's recommended hours, right? Because I was reading some research. It's like, which one should I take? And it's like, you should just take the one that you think you can pass, right? I want to look up for the Ludum Dare game jams when I get coding into my system. The Ludum Dare 49 starting tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Daytime, EDT. I'm going to be participating in that. Might stream it. I'm going to be doing the compo, which is the 48-hour one. So that should be fun. I've done it before, and I think that was like 2 years ago, like in like Godot 3.1 or something like that. Or hold on, print debug args. And so I think the only good thing from that is that out of 2,000 people, and in only one category, I should say, in only one category, creativity, I got 50th. The idea was pretty good. The implementation was pretty bad, but it was a good idea for whatever the jam was. And so for like, I guess my first real game, it wasn't too bad. Those object IDs are huge, doesn't look normal. Yeah, I mean, that's just Godot. That's just Godot, that's just Godot 4. So, if you set a breakpoint, it just won't work, so, you know. I think once I get Lambda functions working, I think I'll probably call this good enough. Huh, interesting. So this makes sense. The arg is just a single 2. You can take what you want. The guidelines are just for information. Combos like the Iron Man game dev. Did the jam with a couple of my friends a few times. Yeah. Isn't the compo is the, I don't know. I feel like if I'm going to spend time like torturing myself to finish a game really, really quickly, I might as well go like Iron Man mode, right? So I feel like an additional 24 hours isn't really gonna help me all that much. So you might as well go all the way, you know. And I pretty much only ever work solo. Yeah, nothing made in advance. You are allowed to use game engines though, in the rules. I want to do a Toho thing. I have 3D backgrounds in my games. I found out they have 3D backgrounds because Zun coded them to look like they're 3D. Yeah, well, 3D backgrounds aren't too hard, right? So at least in Godot, it's pretty easy to do a mix of 3D and 2D. So I think I've done that a few times, or at least I've done 2D on top of 3D. So I think for this game here, let me see. How do I go to my dashboard? Yeah, I did this one for a game jam. The title screen is just 2D on top of 3D, so it's just like it's just the camera that's rotating around this room here. Or it's not even this room, it's actually just like a random thing. And then it's just the menu on top of that. But yeah. No, I'm ready, dude. I'm ready. My body is ready. My mind, maybe a little less than ready. I'm no longer a young lad. So it's harder and harder to stay up like really like late hours to work. 707, 708. Invalid type, cannot convert argument to from object to string name. See, that's what I'm confused about. That's what I'm confused about. So procedures. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Something isn't right. Something isn't right here. Something isn't right. So this thing should be a procedure, but I'm not able to call function on it. Huh? Wait a minute. Something's not right. Something's not right. So this, right, so the idea here is that I check to see if this procedure that I kind of check, I check here. So the list is 0. You can see what I passed in. So the first one should be the, it's kind of hard to explain. It's kind of hard to explain. I know how this works in my head. Now you need to think about how to explain this. So we evaluate the first part of the list. So you can think of this argument here. This is a list of 2 elements, double, and then the number 2. So we recursively call into ourselves again to find the definition for double, and that's what procedure will be. And then we check to see what is double. Is double a macro? It's not. And then else if, or LF, you know, double is not a callable, which is true. And it's not a procedure, which is false. This is a procedure. Then we skip this part. Then we get all of the arguments, throw them into an array. So we slice the array starting from this point here, and then to the end of the array, of course. And so that's our args. And of course I can see here that the args are correct. The only arg is the number 2. Nice. And then if the procedure is a string, then we know that we have an invalid procedure. I don't know how that happens, but sometimes it does happen. But now here we've come to a, like, I've verified that this is indeed a procedure, so I should be able to call this function on it, but I'm not able to do that. So I know this works, right? Because this is how the Godot 3 version works. Right now I'm just trying to patch it into working. So I can't do call func. And I believe, yeah, this just takes an array. What if I do... Well, I don't know actually. Hold on. Let me do this really quick. Let's print the type. No, let's just print procedure really quick. Procedure. Print debug, I should say. Print debug. I don't need to know the args. I know the args are correct. That's just very basic logic. Send this. Then we want to call double2, which should give me 4. Look at the outputs. This is giving me a ref counted. So if the ref counted, shouldn't I be able to like get methods, something like this? Get methods. No, get method list. Yes, this is what I want. Yes, give me this. Get method list. So this is a function, send it one more time. And then we'll double2. So what do we, oh geez. What is this? What is this? What is this? What? Args. What? Usage. Oh geez, this is horrible. Hooray, performance. That's what you've come here for. A lot of these are just hints. Or a lot of these look to be like the same thing. Huh? So we have callable binds. Usage, nothing. What is, like, see, look at this usage number. This is 524295. That doesn't seem right. Has meta. No, that's a default one. What is this one? Reference. Yeah. I don't know. Blocking signals. Do those explain the huge IDs? No, I think the huge IDs, those are just like a GD scripts thing. Or maybe, I think it's just a debugger thing. It doesn't really explain the huge IDs, I guess. Oh, I guess Bumd, check this out, by the way. In Godot 4, you can do this. Look at this. You have in-engine documentation for your own custom classes, which is really cool. Look at that. I didn't even have to do anything. It just works, more or less. So, I think whenever they get around to releasing like a beta or whatever, I'm in, dude. Yeah, so I'm testing it out. It works, more or less. I think isn't it new G? No, it's not. See, this is the procedure right here. This is the built-in GD script stuff. Or this is just a GD script file with some custom classes, you know, implemented inside of it. So we also have like GDL array, which is really cool. So it inherits from GDL collection wrapper, which I've also, everything is just defined in this one mega class, by the way. If you want to take a look at the code, it's available on GitHub. Yeah, and you can try to you can try to struggle your way through the code yourself if you want, but the conversion is slightly painful because there are a few things that few things in the code that were just bad design decisions. The problem here, I need to grab all these, by the way. I need to do a search. Grab all these. Copy, go to Notepad++, send it. And then we'll do, let's see, call func. All right, cool. Now we got call func. Let's try not to lose it this time. So, call func, return class name, hint string, returns nothing. Oh, very good. Oh, this is just the last one, huh? Very cool, very cool. That's crazy convenient when you use third-party stuff. Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. I can see how this would be really, really nice when working with external libraries, definitely. Or even like, something like this, right? This is already like somewhat useful if you want to be like, what is oh, I guess you can't control click on it to get the help. So if you want to look at what macro does, which is G. Oh, look at that. Look at that. So it even looks inside my this isn't sanity test does not have a class. Ah, look at that. But it has all these methods that are implemented on it. Then the test base. Look at that. That's cool. That's really cool. I like that. So these aren't oh, I guess this one is a test base. Then sanity test, yeah, sanity test does not have a class thing, but it's still in the Godot documentation somehow. So that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Pretty neat. Although this is a little bug, right? So sanity tests, it does have the very last quotation mark at the end of it. All right. So I still need to figure out this part. So let's get rid of this. You know what? What if I just do one of these? So get rid of print debug. I know that this has a call function on it. Yeah, it's this one. What if I just change the name? So where's call function used? Just in 2 places. So is it because call function is almost a reserved name? So we can do, where the documentation improvements come later? Yeah, probably, right? I think it's good enough that they even got it working in the first place. Yeah, I can't fault them for, yeah, it's new features, right? You know, new features are always going to be a little rough around the edges. So it's not their fault. Call F. Call F. CAF. Call F. Just all in one thing, not this. Don't do that. Grab all of this stuff. So all I want to do is test this double function here. So of course that works. We're able to register it in with the whatevers, and I do need to take out this print debug. I know that this works now. Hold on. One more time. Send it. What's 577? I need to get rid of all these extra prints. Yeah. Don't need the env. I know that the env is correct. That's fine. So we can redefine, and that shouldn't break anything. So double 3. So this will give me 6. So non-existent function call f in base callable. And so it brought me to the wrong line, which is really cool. So this procedure is not a callable. Procedure is a, right? Wait a minute. Hold on. Call. Change this back to call function. Change this to call. So let's assume that this is a callable, and then let's call. Let's call, if it's a callable. Wait, how do callables work? Callable. So you call. Ooh, you got me. I say those are very solid things to work on. It's very something important. Yeah, it is. It's important. Yeah, for sure. Like other engines, they have core things to set up, but they don't have much core things to improve or avoid those. Wait, what? They may have core things set up, but they don't have much core things to improve or avoid those. Am I having a stroke? Like other engines, they may have core things set up, but don't have much core things to improve or avoid those. The second half of the sentence is confusing me. Yeah. Are you saying that they don't have a lot of the nice stuff? So the base, the core of the engine is there, but a lot of the fluff, the things that make the engine nice to use aren't quite there yet? Is that what you're saying? So this is a callable self for Prince Args. I mean, once I have grounds, they don't have much to improve or avoid those things because of risks. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, well, it's because of risks, right? Because then, you know, it's hard to, once you build your engine around something, it's hard to change that specific thing. So if you build your engine around like idea A, it's hard to take idea A out of the picture. So I get it, right? That's how big engines work. That's why Unreal still has a lot of, you know, I mean, it works. If you work with Unreal, it works well, but there are like certain things that like Unreal was built for specifically. So you need to, I guess, just learn what those are. But that's the same for all engines, right? So there's things that, you know, the dev team had in mind. Like, I'm doing something that Godot wasn't really built for doing, which is writing a programming language inside of it, so I understand that I'm gonna run into a lot of errors. You know? So you gotta work around, you know, understand that it's a game engine, right? It's structured around, you know, constant processing, you know, low latency input, hopefully, and then it should hopefully just work. Whereas what I'm doing is parsing some inputs and then calculating something, which is very strange. I wonder. So we're able to get to this part. We never hit any of these parts. What is procedure though? So it says it's a ref counted procedure. And it should have a stored, actually, yeah, this should have a stored env, yeah? So if I do a print debug, procedure, stored env, I think I should be able to get something out of it. Is that correct? So we do double 5, this should give me 10. That's the idea. Invalid type in function 5. Function 5 via call, base ref counted, cannot convert argument 2 from object to string name. What? I don't understand that. Yeah. So call. So call is a method represented by this callable. Arguments can be passed and should match the method's signature. Huh? What? 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 Alright, so I think I'm gonna call get method on this next and see if I can figure out what method it's bound to. Also, what did this give me? It gave me a ref counted. Sure. I think that's correct. It should be calling call function. I think. Wait. 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 Wait, I'm very confused. What is the flow here? You know, I don't have a debugger, right? So I'm not able to figure out what the control flow is here. So what I'm gonna do instead is print debug macro. This is print debug final. This is just an atom. And then this one should be procedure, I guess. So let's see. What I should see is, what am I looking for actually? I should look. Wait. What am I looking for? How does this work? So if it's a macro, so we call eval on the specific atom, the atom expression inside of the list. So, you know, how this works programmatically is that we have your input expression, right? So you have an input expression like plus 1, 1, something like that. That's pretty easy to understand. And then the flow goes tokenize to parser to evaluator. So what I'm looking at right now is the evaluator. All of this is implemented in GD script. And right now that's GD script 2.0. So both the parser and the evaluator both work like super recursively. So what's going on here is that we're going eval to find, I guess we eval to find the function, and then we eval once again, one layer deep. Wait, no, we eval, wait, hold on. We do the initial evaluate, and then we evaluate one layer deep to find the function, right? And then we eval one more time to find I think this is actually another layer deep to find the atom. So an atom is just the variable or whatever. Or it's just like a raw input, I guess, raw input. And then we go back out, eval function atom, something like that. That's the flow, and that's why it's really sending me for a loop. I need to, so we eval once to the outer eval. We evaluate, we hit this part here. Procedure is equal to eval list 0 with the current env. We find the function, and then inside of that inner eval, we then try to find the inputs for that function inside of a triply nested eval. And so what should happen is that then we go, yeah, we should hit this flow here. We exit, we go back out to this level of eval, and we finish this. That flow looks flawed. Well, unfortunately, it's not, because that's how this works. I know it works, because it actually works in Godot 3. If I can print, I guess I can't paste for some reason. Interesting. So we can define double is equal to some lambda, which takes an x as an input. You don't actually need the spaces. And then we'll just return times 2x, 1, 2, 3, something like that. And then we can do double 2, which will give you 4. We can do double 10, which will give you 100. No, 20, because it's not times, it's just times 2. Yeah, is it how functional program is supposed to work? It's a very basic implementation of a, tokenized parser eval, whatever. So it's a very basic implementation of a programming language. Is it how functional programming works? I don't know. I kind of just made it how I thought it should work. This is, I made this entire thing pretty much on stream as well. So I don't know. I didn't really do too much research. I just kind of started writing it. But yeah, I mean, that's the loop, right? So I don't know. Maybe it's incorrect. It does work, so it must be correct at some level. It's just that for whatever reason, it doesn't work at this in Godot 4. So let's what I'm looking for is this. What is this? Oh, it's because I printed nothing. Yeah, no, I think functional programming, I guess more robustly implemented programming languages, how they work is that they have some, it's like tail call optimization or something like that, or at the very least they try to cut down on the amount of recursion that you have going on. So you can see here that in this flow we have a lot of recursion just to call one function, right? Whereas what I was previously trying to do in the Godot 3 branch, like a few months ago, was to change it so we're not using recursion anymore. Instead, we're just using a function pointer. Or it's not actually like a real pointer, but it's like a, you know, a GD script integer that I just use to track stuff. Let's see. Let's run this one more time. Double 5 should give you 10. So I think this is actually correct, by the way, because procedure is, wait, no. Yeah, because none of these are really atoms that are stored inside of the current scope. So what if we do def x is equal to 0, right? And then we can check that is indeed 0. Actually, no, we don't want to do that. We want to do def x is equal to probably like 5, and then we can check that x is indeed equal to 5, right? And you can see here that we're actually triggering this part here. So it's searching inside of the environment and then finding the associated value. I believe this is actually how Python works. So Python stores things in some sort of global dictionary somehow, and then it actually works like that, or in a scoped dictionary almost. And then if we do something like this, double, and then we double x, we should see at least one atom call, and then we'll run into the same error as before. So we run into the error, that's fine. Oh, hold on. That's weird. So we didn't run into the atom call. However, you can see here that it's invalid type in function 5. So it did get the actual value. It just didn't print it out for some reason. That doesn't make any sense. Is it because the... I'm thinking. It should have printed out atom at least once, right? That would make sense to me. If it printed out atom once, I think I would count that as a win. Instead, it got the actual value of x, which is 5, and then just kind of inserted it without actually printing out the debug statement. So if I just resume execution, yeah, that's weird. That's weird. That's weird. Is it somehow changing the type? No, it shouldn't be. Well, the type of what? The problem here, so we go here, is that it's invalid type in function 5, cannot convert argument 2 from object to string name, which is not correct. Actually, wait. Because it thinks it's a callable. And then call requires... No, none of these take string names though, right? Which one of these would take a string name? So on this procedure, which one of these takes a string name? None of these take string names. Because it's dynamic. Yeah. I've actually had to solve that once before here. So way up here, yeah, I've only implemented it for the plus function. So I can demonstrate that working like this. So if we do like a print, so string concatenation has to be handled slightly differently, but then I also just assume everything is a string by default. So we print out, you have 2 there, but then you can also do print plus, you know, hello world. I don't know if you were there for that, but it totally works. Also, handling strings in a programming language is actually pretty difficult. So we have hello world, and so we do need all of this kind of complicated handling. So is it an int, is it a float, or is it just a string? And then I just let Godot GD script handle the string concatenation for me. That's tough, man. That's tough. I don't think it's changing the type. I think it's trying to call something I don't understand. So it's looking for a string name. That's the problem. So we do this, right? And then we double 5. Should give me 10. Now, if you see here in the error, it's giving me invalid type, blah, blah, blah. Cannot convert argument 2 from object to string name, question mark. So if we look in my procedure function, and none of these are, none of these take string name. So that's why I'm a little confused. And I cannot just call function. So if I, not that, call func. And I've already established before that call function does indeed exist on this object here. So if we go into here, define double to be this lambda function. And this is the part that I'm most proud of, is the fact that lambdas just kind of work. Well, they work in the Godot 3 version, not in this one, of course. So, a non-existent function in base callable. Now that's incorrect. But we can also see that there's no eval value, right? And also the debugger is strange and does not give me what the procedure is. But I know what the procedure is, so that's fine. Now I wonder, what is the procedure being stored as? You know what? I should probably check that. So I can check that here. So in lambda, we can check to see this part. This is what I'm interested in. This part right here. So line 623 eval value is equal to gdlisp procedure new arg names, expressions, and then a new just internal environment, which is based off of the outer environment, which is, I do have to say that the way that I've implemented, I guess, function scoping, I think even if I refactor this to use a function pointer, the function scoping part will be kind of strange. Why is the debugger not working because of Godot 4? Yeah, so I mean I can demonstrate, right? So if we do this, right? I don't think this will work. Yeah, see? And then we do double 5. Yeah, then we just hit line 708 immediately. Right, so I think it's just the Godot 4 thing. The debugger doesn't really work, and you can kind of see here that the debugger adapter doesn't, it's throwing some errors. I mean, that's not my fault, right? This is compiled from some version, whatever the version was, like at 3 p.m. Eastern time. But yeah, that's the problem, is I don't have a debugger, which I did have a debugger in Godot 3. So I'm just losing my mind, because it's also not telling me what this is. I want to know what this is. So this procedure should be one of these, right? Because I set it to be equal to a lambda. So the idea, I'm just going to keep repeating it until it stops making sense, right? So if we look at how this is kind of structured, so it's so we define double to be equal to a lambda, which takes x as a parameter, and then all it does is it returns the result of x plus x, right? That's double. And so when it does all of the parsing, what it should be doing is setting double in the global scope to be equal to whatever the result of this entire function block is. Don't you have object metadata written in the class? Yeah, I did check it, yeah? So we can do that one more time. So just to demonstrate I'm not crazy. But maybe I am crazy, you never know. So we do print debug procedure get method list. and then we'll call it like so. So double 5 should give me 10, and then we check the output. There's a lot of output, by the way. Grab all of this, copy, paste into. Are these all? Yeah, these are all like really big now. Yeah, that's fine. And then we can look for call func. Yeah, and so this is the metadata, right? So flags ID, this is the whatever, right? This is the name call function, and then we can even test this if we change the name of this. So let's call it funct, right? And we'll call it one more time. I'm gonna need to go back to this part, grab double here, slap it into here, double 5, run into the error, and then we can once again copy all of this stuff. Go back to Notepad++, slap it into here, and look for call func, and then this should actually be called call funct. Yeah. So it is there in the class. I'm just not able to call it, which is a bit difficult. So is it the correct object? Yes. Maybe it's null then? Well, I mean it's not null, and the value is not null. I can verify that the value is not null. Well, okay, in this case it was because I've changed it. Hold on. The value is not null. I can verify that. I can confirm that the value is 100% not null. So we go into here, blah blah. Oh, not this part. Go into here. Give me this line. The extra white space is just more or less ignored, so that doesn't matter. So double 5 gives me an error. Non-existent method. Wait, what? Not invalid call. Get method list and base callable. What? This is a different error now? I haven't even changed anything? What? Huh? Hello? Hello? Sick emote, bro. Where'd you get it from? That's tough. That's tough. This doesn't make any sense, though. Well, I did change it. But you just saw, right? I just verified that this still exists here in this function here. So I was able to call it once, but now I've called it again. And it's not erroring. The error is not at this line. The error is at the previous line in the print debug. Yeah? So that's not it's not that doesn't make sense. I haven't changed anything, right? The only thing I changed was I added a T to this, so I guess it would work. But it doesn't make any sense that it would error out at this line here, right? 708 should not throw an error. I already verified that this works. I didn't change this line at all. I only changed the line after it. GD script is interpreted, so that it shouldn't make a difference. What are you talking about? It can make a difference because you're mutating the class, I guess. It still doesn't make sense to me. There's something weird going on, for sure. So call function. Yeah, call function is not shadowing anything, right? This is not shadowing a variable. So this is what we have. right? Let's all verify that this is called define double to be the result of whatever this lambda function is, right? Boom. Double 5. Non-existent function, get method list and base callable. Huh? I tried this already though. Am I crazy? What? I don't even get why working on this, honestly. I don't know. I mean, why work on anything though, right? I think it's interesting, you know? It's like I'm not a very graphics oriented person. I'm not very artistic. I think it is an interesting exercise to try to write a programming language inside of just like a game engine scripting language. So even after Godot 4 releases, it may not be even ready for these types of stuff. Oh no, I mean that's why I'm working on it now, right? Why not work on it, right? You know, I've already found, I guess, 2 bugs. Yeah, I mean, it's more or less, you know, stress testing Godot 4, right? You know, why not? So ultra recursive functions don't really parse correctly. And then appending a variance array to another variance array kind of crushes the interior types. Yeah, I mean, I've done this before. I mean, the big idea though is that I have actually done this before. So about, yeah, on June 8th, I actually did convert the entire code base to be based off of that version of Godot 4. So it was working. Macros weren't working, but you know, so it goes. Macros are the hardest part. Get method. So this is, oh, actually callable doesn't actually inherit from base whatever. Interesting. I don't know. Get method, I guess. What does this give me? Send it. You know, we do things because it's interesting. Invalid call, non-existent function, get method, and base procedure, because it's a procedure. Ah, okay. So let's just comment this out. Let's try it one more time. One of these days it'll work. So non-existent function, call function, and base callable, but it's not a callable. It's a ref counted procedure. Huh? The procedure is not a callable. Right? So if I uncomment this, hit this one more time, we get non-existent function, get method, and base ref counted procedure. This makes sense. However, if we take this out, it then gets coerced into a callable, which is incorrect. Since none of these should be stored as a callable, so a GD Lisp procedure is not a callable. So if we go into here, call function or procedure, right? This. If it doesn't extend anything, it extends ref counted by default. And then we init, and then, you know, we just have an array, an expression, which is the stored expressions, which can be, I guess, nested as far as they should be. Object, it's not an object. So that part is the same between Godot 3 and 4, is that, you know, in Godot 3, if you ever declare an inner class, it extends a reference by default. And the same thing holds true for this, which you can, you know, we can verify in the the error message sometimes. I think callable needs to be, oh, you know what? Is it? This is a callable. So call function, this is a callable. A ref counted can have a callable. Yes. Hold on. He's beginning to believe. Okay, so double 5. Let's run back to this. So invalid function or non-existent function, call func, and base callable. So a callable is just a function that's on any object or reference. So I guess not an object in the Godot sense. So Godot does have just like something that's called it an object class, but I'm talking about object in like the object-oriented sense. So just an instance of something. So an instance of something has callables on it in Godot terms. So this here, call func, is a callable. So if we do this, call function, call the callable with these args. Please work. Oh, okay, well. I tried. I was about to be so happy if that worked. So every function though in GDScript 2.0 is a callable, more or less. So you can pass functions along. So you can, you know, it's very modern language. So you can, you know, functions are just more objects that can be passed around, which is cool. What if I do one of these as GD Lisp procedure, like one of these, because for some reason it's getting coerced into something it isn't, right? So trying to assign a non-object value to a variable of type nothing. So if you call a callable, it will give you a variant. So what if we just take out this call? I don't know. I'm just trying things at this point. Trying to assign a non-object value to a variable of type nothing. Okay, sure. You want to play that way? Let's, I guess we'll just hit it with a print debug. Hit it with another cast procedure as gdlisp procedure, and then we're going to call the function call func with these values, and we should be able to either print out nothing or print out something. Obviously, but I suppose not obviously, right? So it should either print out just an empty line or an actual value. That's what I'm looking for. It should not throw an error at line 709. So it threw an error at line 709. Did I not save it? What? I don't know. If procedure is callable, print debug hello, say hello. Got him. Yes, exactly. Thank you, me. Tell my wife I said hello. I don't have a wife. So, okay, so it is a callable, which is weird because it shouldn't be. So if it is a callable, right? Then we should be able to do something like this. So all callables will have procedure, get method. Yes, get method. So if it don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. All right, you're not lying to me. Plus. Oh. I get it. Okay. So, here's where it's at. Is that if we're going back to kind of this diagram of, you know, eval function, eval atom, eval function with the atom, we're actually still trying to evaluate We're still trying to evaluate the function. So the function here is made up of an even more nested input. And so Godot is having trouble parsing those inner inputs for some reason. Right, and then we can see that here. So plus, this is the procedure. So if we go all the way up here, this is what plus is defined as. This is the callable. This is what it's erroring on. So it's erroring on this last part of the, I guess, the lambda expression here, which is the plus. So that's 1, 2, 3. That's 3 layers deep of this. So it's like 9 layers deep, I guess. Maybe it's only 3 layers deep still of recursion, but it's still a bit confusing because, I don't know actually. Why is that still confusing? So am I not storing the lambda expressions properly? I should be. So that's a plus. And so what should have happened is, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Also, it sounds like my music stopped. Maybe not. You know what? I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Maybe it will come to me in a dream. I'll be right back. Hello, hello. That's what happens when I walk away. We can do this though. If you were to see me in real life, I'm just kind of like swaying back back and forth. And get real tall. Yeah, like that, I think that's a testament to the efficacy of the face tracking software, is that it's actually able to accurately track, I guess, like where my head was at the last point where my head was. Yeah. So plus. What's going on here? You know what? You know what? I think this is incorrect. Yeah, I think I've got it. I think I've got it. So, if you see here, if we scroll all the way up to the plus function, which is what I'm trying to call. So this is a callable, of course. So this is actually what it was failing on, was the like, I guess the ultra nested plus function here inside of the lambda. So this is 1, 2, 3, I guess 4. This is 4 layers deep of recursion that was necessary. Because, of course, we need to, one, evaluate this expression by itself, and then we need to evaluate what does double, I guess, give us. So then it needs to go into global scope, find the definition for double, which is lambda x, expression plus xx. Yeah. Oh man, I love this one. I always recognize when this track comes on. Because this one's just... It's pretty good. Oh, lovely duck. Oh, thank you, thank you. Quit farming, etc. You know what? That's why. He's getting it. He's getting it. So that's why if I change this to just be a regular call, it works. Because I successfully call the add function, but then we get to our procedure, and then it breaks. So what if we do this? Else, elif procedure is gd lisp procedure. Then we'll do eval value is equal to procedure dot call func args. Yes. All right. Let's actually look. I'm interested. What does the clip look like? That's pretty good actually. Looking pretty comical. I like that. I like that. 100% intentional. That's how I look like in real life, actually. My head just kind of morphs. Becomes bigger and smaller as I get more and more excited. Ooh woo. Anyways, hit it with one of these. Double 5. It works! I just had to separate out the call. It's amazing. I hate that, by the way. So what if we do this? It works! Huzzah! And then I'm pretty sure this will just work, by the way. So if I just do eval value valet procedure call args. So I'm kind of shadowing a pre-existing function, but it's okay because procedures aren't callables. So we do double 5. Oh, amazing. So he's done it, I guess. Look at that. So we have double 5. And then we can do some kind of just off the wall stuff as well. And so double 50 will give you 100, of course. And then we can nest these as well. So double 1000 should print out 2000 in the editor there. Look at that. He's so good. How does he do it? It's hard being this good. And then I think you can also do something like this, which is just bizarre. So we can set our kind of global plus function. I actually don't know what this will do. I think this might break. Right, because double relies on having a plus function available, so I think this might just infinitely recurse. So if I do plus 1, 1, what happens? Whoop, yep, we're in infinite recursion land. I saw it. It felt like it was breaking, which is fair enough. That's cool. That's cool with me. If you want to break your program, that's cool. You know, we're all adults here. If you decide that you are smarter than me, then you are free to do as you like. You know? Making another language with the language. Make another language with the language you're making. You know what? I've considered it. What if we went 3 layers deep? Finiskenis? What if we went another layer deep? So before I do that, I think what I would need to do, and see, look, we can redefine pretty much any other built-in variable with double. So now doing -2 will just double it to 4. -10 will double it to 20. So before I make another language using the language I'm making, I think I would like to implement the language I'm making in the language I'm making, so it's self-hosting, you know what I'm saying? So right now, the language does depend on Godot 4, or I guess, yeah, just GD scripts running everything. However, what if I wrote this language in itself, and then self-hosting wrote another language just inside of that language? You know, now we're 1, 2, 3, 3.5, I guess? 3.5 layers deep, right? Because GDScript is already interpreted, GD Lisp is interpreted, but I believe GDScript's interpreter is written in C++, so it's fairly fast. GD Lisp, which is the thing that I'm making, is implemented in GDScript. So that's 2 layers of interpretation. Then, if GD Lisp's interpreter is then also done inside of GD Lisp, is that another layer of interpretation? So that's 3 layers? Or is it just a compounded second layer? I don't know. And then if I write another language inside of that, I don't think it shouldn't be too hard, since I have most of the things you need in order to write a language, right? So this is everything that's implemented right now. So we have if statements, that's always a good one. We have do, which is mostly necessary for implementing Lambda functions. We have while loops. Actually, for loops are actually not yet implemented, but that's fine. While loops, what is a for loop? But just a more specific while loop. Actually, let's try it. How do I write a while loop again? I had this all written down here. So this is create a macro, if statements. That's boring. Let's do this one. So fortunately, this is possible. So you can have multiple expressions in the same, I guess, parsing order. So we'll hit it like this. What does X give you? I think that's fine, right? Yeah. See, it works. It totally worked. Yeah. So, see, we defined X to be 0, and then while X was less than or equal to 5, we set X. So I have a little bit of, I guess, custom syntax here. So this doesn't really follow any existing implementation, right? So if you do just an equal X, it will try to use the X that's in scope, but it will never try to, go out of scope. So it's basically like a local assignment operator. Whereas if I were to use def X, it would try to search in the outer scope for the variable. So this way, def X and equals X are almost the same thing, but def X is globally scoped, or it tries to be local scoped as well, or as equal X will always be local scoped. It will never be globally scoped. I think that's something I wish more languages had, was I guess a stricter difference between local and global scoping. Not to be confused with 360 no scoping. Those days are behind me. Man, I used to play a lot of Halo though. Oh man, I've been to a few LAN parties in my day. I think I played a few rounds of, or I've been to a few Halo 1 tournaments, but I really got into it in Halo 2. Now that was that was the good stuff. Halo 3 also pretty good, but that was a little past my era. Has anyone played does anyone remember Trains? You remember playing Train on Halo 3? Nah, that's a good game mode. It's like zombies. All the zombies have grab hammers, and then all the humans are just inside of like a floating train. And so the zombies have to like jump up and like try to hit the humans. Or try to get inside the train and like hit them with the grab hammer. Oh, that's a good mode, dude. I wish I was around for when LAN parties were a thing. I've been to friends' houses when we bring our PCs and play games, but we're still just using the internet most of the time, so it's not the same. Yeah. I don't know. It was a different era, right? Because you also, like, when you were like organizing LAN parties, you didn't have like a, group chats or whatever. You would just have to be like, hey, we're all gonna meet up at, Tim's house on Friday, right? And everyone's like, yeah. yeah. And you just trust that everyone was gonna show up. Whereas now it's like, you text your group chat, like, hey, does anyone want to meet up for a LAN party? And then you just get ghosted. That's it's not talking from personal experience or anything. Yeah. Or, you text in your group chat. It's like, hey, let's have a LAN party. Everyone says yeah, and then no one shows up. They do something even worse than ghosting you. They just straight up lie to you. I don't have trust issues or anything. Definitely not. Okay. Old school monitors are heavy as heck. Oh yeah, dude. The CRTs. Or I'm only thinking of like TVs. I've never like tried to lug around an actual computer monitor. What are like the old school computer monitors called? Are those still called CRTs? Or are CRTs specifically referring to televisions? Have you ever looked up how a CRT works, by the way? Now that's crazy, right? Like a CRT works by like just shooting electrons at the screen. That's sick. Also, macros are definitely implemented, question mark. It's just not implemented here. Syntax. Give me the syntax. No, macros are definitely implemented. I've done this before, hold on. The more I learn about computers and programming, the less I understand about computers and programming. Well, I think the important thing to note about programming is that there's almost no numbers involved, right? Right, like here's a question, right? Like, do you know how to, okay, first question, is English your native language? Do you natively speak English? That's the first question. If your answer is yes, then congratulations, you probably know how to program. Or 1, do you know how to speak English? And 2, do you know how to write down English? If your answer is no, I have bad news for you. Yeah, I've been programming for 4 years now, but learning about the lower level function stuff is mind blowing. Oh, okay. You never know. You have to. I apologize. I assume that you didn't know how to program, but turns out you do. It's interesting to learn about the lower level stuff for sure. Anyways, you want to see if this works? So here's a deliberate design choice inside of this language I made, is that there's no, I guess there's almost no implicit assigns. So you do not just like define a random function. A function will always return itself. And thus also, a macro will always return itself. And so you have to explicitly store things if you want them to be stored. Yeah. Lower level programming, I wish I learned like, I wish I like majored or at least minored in computer science in university, as opposed to what I'm doing now, which is just learning what I need to learn, just very slowly. Infix 1 + 1 plus. It works! Huzzah! Macros work. He has done it. Look at that. But it's only a single layer macro. I need some people. I need someone who actually knows how to write macros to help me. Not like me. I only know that programming exists. Here for the 100th time. Yes. Welcome back. Support is always appreciated. You help, gotta help pad those viewer numbers, for sure. You know, gotta learn how to play the game. Oh, you know what? Do you think these tests will work? So we do this. So this is just times 10 to, I actually don't know what I'm expecting here. Oop, we broke. Interesting. Huh. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I'm trying to use animations in Adobe Flash. Adobe Flash. Oh, you know what you could use instead of Adobe Flash? Check this out. If you were just to learn Godot, this is my stream intro stream. This is my stream intro, just written in Godot. So you could just use Godot for all your animations. Why not just use Godot as your operating system? It does everything you need and more. Look at that. Just have a duck slowly scroll across the screen. Look at that. I like this. Why don't you use hard-code some functions in Ready? There are some functions hard-coded in Ready, by the way. So if you go to here, GD Lisp, and this stuff is all available online, by the way. So this is the global environment. So I do predefine several functions for you. Check this out. Check that out. You can do it. Just learn Godot. Just use it for everything like I do for some reason. But yeah, these are your default functions that you are expected to, I guess, base all your other functions off of, right? Because if you have the ability to 1 plus, minus, times, divide, and then check equality, you can do pretty much anything you want inside of, you know, a programming language, right? That's more or less Turing complete. And I think there's also, don't I have something, yeah, a raw call, right? I believe this is a raw call. Yeah. So I have a few facilities as well inside of GD Lisp that hopefully allows for like interop with raw GD scripts. Imagine Godot being used in the film industry. I mean, it's an interesting thought, right? I think Godot's animation player is probably one of the best animation players I've ever used. Honestly. Like, it's really good. Yes, for 2D animation, by the way. Yeah. 3D animation is a bit weird. I think if you don't need to rotate 3D objects, the animation player is still really good. If you need to rotate 3D objects, you're better off creating the animations in like Blender or something, and then calling them from the animation player. So the animation player can adjust position. It can also call functions, which is pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah, let's see. How does this work, by the way? So I had this working before. So from GD Lisp, you should also be able to just call like raw methods from Godot, or at least call like raw expressions like this for interop, which I think is pretty cool. Let me see. I kind of forget how it works though. Prince, hello. I think this works. Expression body must be a string. All right, that's fair enough. Luckily, previous me was smart enough to foresee this. What if we do this? Fail to parse expression. Hold on. Let's first of all, let's push this. I think this is actually not bad. This is not bad. This is Let's go to, where is it? It's here, GD Lisp. I'm just gonna rename this branch in 4.0. This is like June 8th, 2021. So we're doing this American style, by the way. I do know that American style date times are very strange. Like, why do you put the month first, then the day, then the year, right? Shouldn't it go smallest, bigger, biggest? So it should go 8 June 2021, but anyways, we're not doing that because I'm American. Let's see, GD Lisp. So git status. We have a lot of changes. So git checkout. This is 4.0. What is today? This is September 30th, 2021. So imagine Godot had mini Krita built in, or Inkscape would make things much easier. So do I have the suggestion for you? You can make your own, right? So for example, right? So I've made this tool before. I'm gonna peep my own tools, by the way. So I think you were here for the color typewriter stuff, right? So color typewriter is more or less completely self-contained, right? And this is also made in Godot, also free and open source, available on my GitHub, which you can find in my description down below under the name Color Typewriter. Or you can just go to my itch.io page, which is under the name Fake Firefly. You can find that. So because this is completely self-contained, it shouldn't be too hard to just turn this into an editor plugin, you know? And then if this isn't too hard to do, right? The idea behind it is pretty simple, right? It's just a viewport that doesn't refresh itself. So if you wanted to have like a really basic drawing tool built into the editor, kind of like something like Game Maker, right? It's actually easy to do. Yeah. You know, yeah. I'm trying to build an argument here. All right, there's several things that we need to establish the baseline before we can actually get to the real argument. C++ and a decent brush engine is hard. All right, well, okay. So, you know, you're gonna destroy my counter argument, you know, bring that up in the first part, but you know, okay, sure. No, yeah, you know, you have a good point. You have a good point. But I mean, I think if you want like artist quality stuff, you should be using a completely separate program. Otherwise, the editor itself will get extremely bloated. I guess that's my opinion about it, but maybe other people feel otherwise. Anyways, you can find this here if you're interested in playing with it. It's free and open source, etc., etc. Anyway, let's push this branch. So git status, git add all, git status, git add. I don't think we need the Godot file. What's inside of the .godot file? Yeah, it's just editor specific stuff. Yeah, we don't need it. Git push origin 4.0 September And then I think I do need to, you know, maybe I'll make a Reddit post about this. I can drive more traffic. I need to get better at SEO, man. I just hate doing social media stuff. It's hard. It feels very like, oh, look at me. But I mean, I guess that is what I want, right? It's the programmer's fallacy where you, I guess, simultaneously want people to notice your work, but also like I don't want people to. I don't want to be like, please look at me. That's tough. That's tough. Yeah, nice karma fund. Yes, people saw my stuff. Did you give it an upvote? I suppose like I shouldn't ask you that. That might be against TOS. Is this how it works? It works. Check that out. Look at that. So this expression thing uses Godot's raw like expression class to parse the expression. What other things does Godot 4 just kind of have that I can call from here? Do you have a good one-liner? Does anyone have a very complicated one-liner I can just check here? I can just paste it into here. Godot 3, yeah, Godot 3 also has expression, but. Does Godot 3 have expressions executed through a language implemented in GDScript? I think not. I think not. Well, yeah, Godot 3 has an expression class implemented in a language implemented inside a GDScript. Because I've already done it. Technically, I think this should also support this. So if I go here, this should work. I guess I can't copy and paste. That's cool. Expression, print, hello. And then we can check here in the inspect. Oh, okay, maybe it's not there. All right, well, okay. I mean, it's there. I guess it's just not uploaded to itch.io. It was there though. The stub is there. You have to believe me. Anyways, check that out. I mean, I think that's cool. I think that's cool. I don't know about you. I think that's cool. And oh, you know what? Do you think this will work? If we do expression, and since this, can you call an expression class from within another expression class? Do you get what I'm getting at here? So you do like a var expression is equal to expression.new expression. Yeah, I should be able to because I'm just calling the raw expression class from inside of my own language. So if you want to write GDScript inside of this, I guess you could, right? But how would this work? Oh, and then we have a bot account get sent. Got him, dude. That's crazy stuff. You can do indefinite. Yeah. How would you do this though? So if I do an expression inside of an expression, you did print. I guess I would need to escape hello, escape like this. Something like that, would that work? Mismatch parens? I mean, that's probably fair enough. 1, 2, 3. Hold on, var expression. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something? Or is it because of the new line? Mismatch parens, sure. Am I are the parentheses mismatched? I actually don't think this is, I don't think that you can do this. No, mismatch parens. Hold on, are the parentheses actually mismatched? Let's count. So that's 1, 1. No, it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. Right? 1, 2, 1, 2. Right, so I'm counting the open parentheses, and whenever I count a closed parenthesis, I subtract 1. That's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. No, that it's so small though. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't make it bigger. That's what he said. Feels bad, man. I suppose that's actually a somewhat funny story. Is that I guess my first. Yeah. Hey man, I was nervous, man. You never. It's hard. You know, the internet does not provide. Does not prepare you for those kind of situations. So, you know what the internet 100% does not prepare you for? Is like when you're trying to use some of that protection, you know what I'm saying? It's actually like harder than it it's harder than you think it is to put it on in the moment if you're not like prepared. I don't know, keeping your member ready to go, and then also putting your protection on at the same time, you know? Airsoft is hard, man. Airsoft is hard. What are we talking about again? Anyways. we won't talk about that part of my life anymore. That's a very shameful part of my life. What does raw do? Objects. Call V. I think objects. Object. Oh, you know what? This is for like actual interop. I feel like I've tested this out before. So this is like real interop with like if you had a kinematic body 2D and you wanted to be like, I want to modify, or I want to call, like move and slide on my kinematic body 2D from GD Lisp, you could do that. I don't remember if this works though. It's good to know expression works though. Expression. So this is more or less just print hello world, which is neat, I guess. Please, unexpected amounts of arguments. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, I remembered this as well. So if you want to have strings inside of my kind of toy programming language, you have to use double quotes for strings. Yes, I remember this. It's not hard-coded, I swear. But anyways, if you want to check it out, this code is all available free and open source under Apache 2 license. I guess at my GitHub, right? Like, it should just open in the latest Godot 4 build, which is pretty neat. Do you know, you want to see if this will actually compile as well? I think, and actually this time macros totally work. Previously they didn't work, but you want to see if this will actually compile as well in a release template? Let's just do that before I have to sign off for today. If you want to get your fill of, the old Timster, I'm probably going to be streaming my Ludum Dare development pretty much during the entire time. Because why not, Why not? It'll be fun. And by fun, I mean like absolutely excruciating. But, you know, whenever I start getting stressed out, what I always kind of do is just start playing music. And by playing music, I mean like I'm a guitarist. I know how to sing, I guess, if you're into that. If you're into hearing dudes sing. You want to see if this works? And you want to see how bad this will tank my frame count? Look at this. Just send it. IMO any third-party language not written native is just a toy. Please, what is your opinion on TypeScript then? What is your opinion on TypeScript? What is your opinion on, I guess what is your, yeah. What is your opinion on Scala? Isn't Scala implemented in Java? I meant it for Godot, I suppose, right? I think there are possibly actual applications for this, and especially because one of the design goals of this language, GD Lisp, is for it to be able to compile down to just regular GD scripts, right? And then combine that with a few other libraries I've just kind of written. So we go to here, uwin. I actually don't think I have this here. So this is preprocessor GD. So combine GD Lisp, which is my language written in GD scripts, and that I hope to be able to compile down to GD scripts once again, right? And you combine this with preprocessor GD, which does work, and all this does is it allows for you to add C-style preprocessor arguments. So you have defines, you have if defines, etc., and then you do some code replacement at runtime, right? So you combine GD Lisp with preprocessor GD. I mean, and since GD Lisp is a Lisp, you have the ability to tap into macros, right? So macros allow for code to kind of mutate at runtime as well. I think there is an argument for for GD Lisp, right? I don't know, you know, it's hard to say until someone actually uses it. It's, you know, any language is a useless language until someone uses it. Where are you going with this? I'm saying that it's possibly useful. I don't know. I mean, it's cool, right? it's pretty much just cool. I don't know. What do you want? I think preprocessor GD is possibly more useful than GD Lisp for sure. I think being able to do something like this, which is, you can kind of see here, we have some defines. Ooh, that's too far. So we have some defines, right? So we have our default gravity, blah, blah. And then we have some defines in an exterior file. I believe it's just in the main screen. So if it's not top down, or if it is top down, then we set our gravity to 0. But otherwise, we actually just remove this at runtime if this is not true. You know? If someone this guy wants to implement some core things easier inside of GD script, not performance sensitive code, I think it makes more sense if you're trying to implement, I guess, some like behavioral logic that only needs to be set once, right? So if there's some behavior that some AI behavior that like depends on some variable that is only set, you know, like on screen load, I think it makes sense to use GD Lisp because it allows you to kind of traverse that tree, I guess, in a more flexible way than GD scripts, or I guess a C-style language, a Python style language. Yeah. So if it's something that only needs to be calculated once, I think there's an argument for GD Lisp and also preprocessor GD, because the problem with preprocessor GD is that if you are exporting your code, your GD script code as bytecode, what preprocessor GD will do is it'll just turn it into like just regular text, and so you lose the performance speed up of the preprocessed bytecode. Behavior trees make sense. Yeah. I mean, there's, you know, you can find uses for everything, right? I think you do have a good argument for, like, if someone just likes Lisp, it makes more sense. And especially, right, if I can make GD Lisp output, like, just raw GD script code instead of being interpreted, I think there's also an argument for that being useful, right? So, you know, if you prefer Lisp, then you can write GD Lisp and then just compile it down to GD scripts later. I think that makes sense. Especially, there are people who can only code in functional. Actually, technically, this is not functional. It's whatever you want, right? It's whatever you want it to be. It's not strictly functional. Like, I think, like, there were several pieces of syntax that were like implicit, actually. Yeah. Updating a variable, that's not actually functional. In functional languages, I don't think you can update variables, right? In functional languages, you must create a new variable every single time. Because functional languages, you do not allow the user to mutate states, otherwise it's no longer functional, right? Something like that. As well as the fact that I have the ability for the user to call just raw, you know, GD script functions using either a raw call or an expression call. So it's not actually functional. It does allow you to mutate state, which is a bit weird. So you can use it as a functional language, but that's not really what it's meant for. Oh baby, we're almost there. I do like how my new computer is able to compile a bit faster. Please link, good sir. I desire linking. Anyways, check out this game. I didn't write this, but I've been playing this game since 2016. January 15th. I think I'm like the 51st player. That's crazy. Gotta love me some idle games. I'm just kind of waiting for the day the servers go down, and then I can finally quit. So much text. I don't know. I think like text-based games are pretty interesting, right? So if you see something like this, I'm just kind of waiting for this to finish linking. Right, so you have price history. There's me. There's you win. Price history, so that, you know, there's a lot of market manipulation that you can look at. You know, there's the listings for resources, and then there's the paid currency that doesn't really change all that much. Here's the non-paid currency that, you know, you can look at the market listings. You can view this who's scalping what stuff. You know, I think the scalpers are usually pretty obvious because they're the ones who are always in the market. You know, I think if you want a game about market manipulation, this one's not too bad. It's not too bad. There's a whole series of like games that are all kind of linked to each other because there's something called cross trading. So you set up something on like an external forum. I'll give you X amount of resources for Y amount of resources in this other game. You know? It's, you know, you just watch the numbers go up. Just watch the numbers go up. Everyone's favorite kind of game. We're still linking, huh? I can only keep talking for so long. It's hard, man. You know, I have a Discord. I'm working on a new version of my Discord bot that hopefully can also hook into Twitch chat. So then I'll have, you know, real Twitch bots and stuff. So you can kind of see here that it's using, it's actually using a real CLI command interface. Look at that. Yeah, this is using the same command interface that Hugo uses. So if you're familiar with Hugo GitHub, this is like the premier Go CLI library that I've just kind of coerced into working with Twitch chat, or not Twitch chat, Discord chat. So I mean, there's some fun stuff here. I believe joke should still work, right? Yeah. Did you hear about the giant pickle? He was kind of a big deal. I don't get that one, actually. That doesn't make any sense. Tell me another joke. Have you heard the rumor going around butter? Never mind. I shouldn't spread it. Actually, hold on. I shouldn't say that out loud. Isn't Hugo a static web framework? So Hugo is a static site generator. So you are half correct. So yeah, it is a static web framework. It's a generator for building websites. So it generates a lot of the, I guess the what's it called? The server stuff for you, and then you just provide your own web pages for it to serve, right? I've used it, yeah. So yeah, a lot of my code is based off of Hugo code, so it's pretty nice. 10 out of 10 would recommend just looking at Hugo and being like, oh, okay, cool. You know, because you see all this all kind of uses, I'm trying to remember, what does this use, by the way? Bot playground, bot, repo. What is the repo? That's my repo. Look at this, go mod. This uses Cobra, and then Hugo should also be using Cobra. Are we done compiling yet? Are we not able to link a finished binary in Godot? My computer is pretty beefy. Don't know how you use Hugo for the bot. Oh, I'm glad you asked. So check this out. I do need to rewrite it. It's been a little bit since I messed with it, but check this out. So we have a Discord. Twitch doesn't do anything right now. Discord. I also wrote an anti-spam thing, but we'll get to that eventually. Commands doesn't do anything. So yeah. So handle regular text. Yes. Ignore the messed up formatting. So let's go into, I don't know, a joke, because I showed that stuff. So we can see here that we're using the Cobra package, right? So we can Control F. So whenever we do any sort of parsing, right? Before we do any sort of parsing, I add the new joke command to the list of possible arguments. Zoom, please. All right, let's zoom in. Is this good enough? Does this please you? So this is what we're doing here. And I think the very important parts of this for integrating this with Discord, and are we just not going to be able to link this? My computer is very powerful, so that's weird. Yeah. So new joke command. So we have a Discord Go session, message, and bot data, and all of these are mutable. That's why they have the little star next to them, because they're pointers, or I guess references, I guess. So we created a new joke command. I feel like this part isn't really necessary, but this is just the, I guess, my company's standard way of doing things. It's stuck. What's stuck? And that's what she said. Anyways. So we add this to Cobra. Compiler. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think that is probably true, but I don't know what to do about it. Do you know how to use scons? I'm not very confident in my C++ ability. I think if C++ had a easier to understand like compiler system or compiler tool chain, I would be 100% on board with learning C++. But you know, because like C++, you know, you want to use scons, that's cool. If you want to use make, just raw make, then sure. You want to use CMake? I don't know. Send it, dude. Yeah, I mean, I know it's probably not my system, right? Like, check this out. Look at that. I have a Ryzen 7 5800X, 32 gigs of RAM. So like, it's not my system. Or maybe it might be my system. Maybe this version of GCC doesn't work with my. Okay. Yeah. Hey, you know, I spent good money on this. I spent a lot of money on this. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just Control C it, I guess. Terminating. Oh no, we're stuck. No? Let's send it one more time, I guess. So 2014 i7. Oh, I feel it. I was on i7 for a while. And then I was on an i5. I think I used to stream off of just a laptop, right? I used to just stream off a laptop. Oh, it's the GDScript VM that's... I guess GDScript cannot export itself? Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's why, like, it sometimes my stream would just be kind of jank. It's because, you know, it's a laptop stream, I don't know. Now I have a real computer because, you know, I did get, like, a new job and all that. So, I think streams in the future, we'll see how they go. Because I think, don't tell my employer this, but I'm not gonna quit my old job. I'm just gonna keep 2 jobs at the same time. So, so now we have double the income. Congrats on that. Thank you. I accepted it. They were impressed by my ability to, I guess, talk, which is my biggest selling point. Anyways, this is how you use Cobra. So it's not using Hugo, but Hugo uses Cobra, right? Oh, jeez. Where's the Go mod? So we look for Cobra. Yeah, Cobra. Yeah, and so Cobra is I guess the premier Golang CLI library that you would want to use for pretty much anything because, you know, I mean, Hugo is it's a really nice CLI interface, right? So talkative. Hey, you know, programmer being strictly technical only gets you so far, you know? You know who makes the most money in an organization? It's the sales reps. You gotta wine them and dine them, you know what I'm saying? Wine and dine. Like, have you are you using Hugo for? No, I'm using Cobra. Hugo uses Cobra. Cobra is, let me see. We can find it. Cobra Golang. Yeah, a commander for modern Golang CLIs. Yeah, so this is the important part. So if you want to send us stuff, I would recommend looking at this. This is not it. Look at this part for, I guess, what the modify usage function does. Oh, and also this, basically just this entire just root.go file. It's pretty good, right? Because usually when you're using a CLI interface with, Go, it is very talkative, you know? So, if you do anything like, I don't know, troll or whatever, it will also output additional debug information for you. But you don't want that because, right? So it's this part, pretty much all of this stuff that you want. And this stuff as well. So your usage string is going to be slightly different. I forget what I set as the usage string though. What is this? It's hard to say. Where's Hugo? Well, no, the point I was trying to make is that Hugo uses it, and Hugo uses Cobra as its main kind of CLI interface. So if you want to look into how to use Cobra, I would reference Hugo as the main application, right? Like Hugo is the reference application. That's basically it. I'm not actually using Hugo. I'm using Hugo as a reference. So a lot of my, I guess, commands are based off of Hugo commands. Does that make sense? Right? Cleared. All right. Okay. I'll count that as a win. All right. So we're not able to compile the GDScript VM for release. I guess that's fair. That's unfortunate. You're saying using Hugo for the bot. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's probably my fault. That's probably my fault. I should have mentioned Hugo so much. No, I'm using Hugo as a reference, but I'm using Cobra as the CLI library. And I think in the future, I would also like to use probably Golang as like a game server. I think Golang is not bad, right? Yeah, I think the hardest part though for this kind of stuff is that Cobra returns too much data. So, I mean, I haven't seen anyone else do this, right? So, I mean, you know, I just reference my stuff, you know, that's all I'm saying. Because usually, right, when you write a bot for Discord, you have to, you know, write out your own help commands. But see, with this stuff here, this is all automatically generated by Hugo. The only well, not Hugo, I'm sorry. This is all automatically generated by Cobra. And so just the hard part is getting Cobra to output less data. That's the hard part. And that's what you want. Is less data. You only want Cobra to tell you what you want it to tell you, if that makes sense. So, I think I've already figured that out. Is there a better way? I mean, I guess like what you want is this part here, I guess. Not this part here. Yeah. Hold on, we can do it. Click on this part. Yeah, one of these. This line here is the most important part. Look at that. But of course, also, if you just want to fork my bot, and that sounds a bit lewd, it is open source, free and open source Apache 2 license under the name FP Bots, which should be pretty cool. Maybe implement some NLP. Absolutely not. I do not do. What's it called? I don't do machine learning. I will do everything in my power to prevent being associated with machine learning stuff. Like, I guess I understand, like, machine learning and all that. Like, it's cool. Don't get me wrong, but like, I don't care. It's you know, I'll leave it to the eggheads to figure it out. Did it export, by the way? That would be really cool if it actually exported. Hello? Let's see. If it exported, I think I can call this good enough. And then I'll probably just do a few like Uber streams pretty much all over the weekend, because I'm going to be working on the LD Jam stuff. Ludum Dare. Did you know it's called Ludum Dare and not Ludum Dare? Just a quick note. Anyways, GD list. Look at this. It works. Huzzah! So +1, 1. It works. B plus, let's define double to be, let's see if I can remember the syntax. Boom, boom. So we take, it's a lambda function that takes x as an argument, and we'll times x by 2. Hold on. Close this one, close this one, close this one. And then we'll double 5. Look at that, it works. Huzzah! Very nice duck. You know, I have if you have any ideas for new emotes as well, you know, I suppose as long as they're somewhat related to, I guess, ducks, I'm open to the idea. Or if you know anyone who's looking to make a few bucks, you know, they're open for commissions, I'm willing to invest the money back into the channel to, you know, generate more emotes. I think that would be kind of cool. I don't feel too bad about that. Let's see. Let's upload this as a... Do you have slots? No, I can replace one of them. I can replace one of the slots. Or I can just buy slots, I guess, by just gifting subs to myself. The saddest way. Oh, jeez. I think I need 4 more sub points, so it shouldn't be too hard to do it, I guess. So let's target it this for this. Create a new tag on publish. Let's see. I mean, how many? Yeah, I think I need 4 more sub points, and then I get another slot. But I'm fine with replacing one of them, or just buying another slot for myself. It doesn't matter, right? Because if I just give myself 4 more tier 1 subs, it should just give me a slot, I think. Like, I think, like, some streamers just do that, like, on alt accounts. Like, I've seen some, like, I know a few people, I guess not in real life, but online, who have their own Twitch streams, and I'm like, wow. Who gave you, like, 50 gift subs? I don't think anyone gave you 50 gift subs. I think you bought 50 gift subs for yourself. But, you know, that's not my business. That's not my business. You know. Let's see. Working 4.0 debug exports. Yeah, that counts as a business expense. Oh, absolutely not. I still need to incorporate myself so that I can possibly start writing off some stuff. I think that would be kind of cool. Yeah, what if I incorporated myself into, like, my own company? You know, you still gotta pay, like, what's the incorporation fee and the, or it's not the incorporation fee, it's the, is it a incorporation fee? What? It's been a while since I've been in school, since I've been to lawyer school especially. What's it called? It's not a sole proprietorship. It's called a... Oh my god, this is bothering me. I used to know this. Business types USA. A limited liability company. Yes, LLC. That's what you want. So you want to generally avoid sole proprietorship. You want to avoid partnerships. You probably are not big enough for a corporation, but limited liability company, that's what you want. By the way, prerequisite, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just a guy on the internet that has did study to be a contract lawyer for a little bit. Actually, no, I technically did graduate with a contract lawyer degree. And I do have a few certifications associated with that, so you should be very scared. Since I was about middle of the pack. But limited liability companies, if your company were to go bankrupt. This is not business advice, by the way. I'm just a programmer who may or may not be qualified. It's hard to say. But limited liability companies, if your business goes bankrupt, your business dies with your business. However, if you're in a partnership or a sole proprietorship, you are liable for all of your business's expenses if you go bankrupt. However, the tax, the trade-off is that the ability for you to write off taxes, I think in a sole proprietorship and a partnership are a bit higher. And also you have to pay less taxes on your company if you are in a partnership or sole proprietorship. Now the difference between a business corporation and a limited liability company are very slim. However, a business corporation allows for more people to spread the risk around, because if you go bankrupt, you still have to pay a little bit, I think. But anyways, I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a while. Anyways, pretty much for almost anybody, you'll probably want a limited liability company, because if your business goes under, you can just throw it all away. It does cost more though. I think a sole proprietorship has almost no cost to it. I think that's in partnership, you just need at least like 2 people, I think. But anyways, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. You should consult a real lawyer who's passed the bar exam in whatever jurisdiction you're in. I'm just trying to remember the things I learned during school. But there are tangible differences between all of them. Partnership, me, myself. Well, I think if you have a spouse, you can create a partnership. But I'm not sure why you would ever want to do that. Yeah, S corporation. All right, so S corporation and corporation, I don't remember the difference between. There's a few differences. I don't know, man. I hate school. This kind of stuff I hated, dude. You know, during like when I was in like a contracts, like business contract law class in like university, that was a bad time. That was a bad time because it's just so much memorization. It's like, oh, if you want to incorporate as this kind of company, like which one should you do? Which one is this? This is just opinion based. This is all opinions. There's no numbers. Oh no, I need to guess what the professor is thinking about. Anyways, I'm not salty or anything. Even though I did like pretty much fail every single exam in those classes. It was still better than the majority of the people there. Mind me asking your job a little? Well, right now, I work as a consultant for a big open source firm. So, I think if you use any open source Linux server for your server hosting, guess what? I work for them. Haha. But I don't work in support, I work in consulting. So, of course, that firm supports a lot of big open source projects. So I work in majority in middleware, I work in containerization, I work in infrastructure, DevOps, etc. I think in terms of OS, I don't really work in OS stuff. But yeah, my job title is like consultants, financial services, more or less. The new job I accepted, I cannot, that I may or may not have accepted, I cannot talk to, because it's not started yet. But I suppose like that should be enough information to get you along, right? Because there's only so many big open source companies out there. Right? The big ones are Red Hat, Mozilla, SUSE, or is it SUSE? SUSE, I don't know, I don't speak German. Sounds relaxed milligram job. It is pretty relaxed. Usually consulting is pretty cutthroat, but for whatever reason they won't release me from my current project, so I just kind of sit around. It's pretty nice. I don't know. Usually it's pretty. I like on the project I was on before this, it was pretty rough, right? Because I was on defect triage. I was doing a lot of release support as well, because it was, you know, payment systems, you know, impacting millions of people in the US, or not millions of people in the US, but millions of transactions in the US per day. So that was tough. Because it, you know, usually it would be off to the client's own support personnel to do that kind of release support, but because we actually wrote it, it would be, you know, it's actually up to us at that point. Oh no, hold on. Undefined symbol double. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, my company, like a lot of consulting firms out there are actually hiring a lot more consultants, right? Because consulting, it's a dying field, because people have realized, like, if you don't have to travel for work anymore, you know, the consulting has lost most of its appeal. Because the appeal of consulting is that you're able to have an expense budget, and then you eat and you drink on company money, on the company's dime, as they say. So that's the now that, you know, because of COVID, no one's really traveling anymore. It's hard to you know, find people to do that. Anyways, this works. Let's do a quick Discord post. Won't do a Reddit post because this kind of died the last time I tried to do this. But let's see how people feel about this. So GD less. Definition of consulting is huge. It could be many things. Well, I do. I guess. I don't know. I actually don't really know what I do. What do I do? I just do consulting, right? I do technology consulting. I don't do support. That's about it. I don't do supports. I only do tech consulting, as in like implementation. So if you need like some piece of software to be implemented, you come to me for that, right? So as mentioned previously, you know, I do a lot of Apache software implementation, so a lot of integration, etc. Do a lot of Jenkins, do a lot of Kubernetes. So that's a valuable position. It's a hard position to find people to fill, I'll say that, right? Because not too many people can do like the I guess the ultra full stack, right? Written in GDs. I meant it that way. Oh, all right. Well, appreciate it. I think I might not be super technical, but the elevator pitch for me is that I learn really quickly, if only because still in progress. There we go. Send that. Yeah, I think the elevator pitch is that because I learn really quickly, if only because my understanding of a lot of like core concepts is already pretty loose. So I mean, it's hard to say, right? Anyways, I think I'm gonna call it a day. It's 11 p.m. I've been streaming for 4 hours, I think. So I guess let's get ready to call it a day. Where's my stream overlay? Check this out. I wrote this in Godot. Halftime streamer. Yeah, I'm a halftime streamer. I'm about to have, oh geez. I'm about to have 2 jobs. It's gonna be a rough time for sure. But you know, I don't know. I like having side projects and then like also streaming the side project makes it I think it encourages me not to get too distracted, right? Because whenever I'm waiting for things to compile, yeah, I'll do the programmer thing and I'll just kind of, you know, read manga or whatever. The ducky overlay is huge. Oh, thank you. I think you know a way to integrate this with the kind of stream avatars-esque thing I have going on. Yeah. Good to see good streamers talking such in general stuff. Well, of course, you know. That's kind of my thing. I do. I'm only really able to talk in generalities. Anyways, do you have any suggestions for who we should raid since we have more than 3 people? It looks like. Otherwise, I'm just gonna pick someone who's streaming Godot. And if no one's really streaming Godot, then I have someone else in mind, I guess. So let's see, Godot. Mood art for Ludum Dare. There's 3D platformer solo dev. I don't know. Do you want to watch, I don't know, Hey SOCOM? Dice it? No dice. We don't do randomness here. We only do the realest of the real. Are they still streaming? They've been streaming for nearly 3 hours. I think they're fine. Let's send it. I don't know if they're still doing Godot stuff though. I did click into the stream really quickly. Doesn't really look like they're doing stuff. Quake like game dev on Linux, but I answered chat. I don't know. They are doing GD stuff. All right, let's send it. All right. Anyways, thanks all for tuning in. I will be live tomorrow. Actually, it's not part of my normal schedule, but I'll be live tomorrow working on some Ludum Dare stuff. Probably will be live for pretty much forever, since I'm going to be taking part in the Ludum Dare Compo, which is a 48-hour jam. Yeah, so come check me out then. I have a Discord in my description below. Also, pretty much all the software that you saw on screen today is available on my GitHub, which is also in my description below. So, Friend of Potato Stream, which was the stream avatars-esque stuff. You have the current intro. Actually, this current this current screen that you see right here with the pixelated duck moving left and right. That is actually not on GitHub, but it will be. I do need to put that on GitHub at some point. This moving duck is on GitHub. This is under the name OpenCFaceGD. Please let me know if you have any, please try it out. It works on Windows, Mac, and Linux, hopefully. I try to fix things as fast as I can, but I also do try to bundle releases together because it is a pain to create new releases. And yeah, Discord, GitHub, etc., Twitter. I don't really tweet, but, it's always nice for SEO. Anyways, get sent. Goodbye.